Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Hello.
What's up, Rap?
Hello, Mr. Knives.
¿Cómo estás?
Ahí bien. ¿Y usted?
Con frío aquí.
Calor acá.
Ah, prefiero el frío.
Tuve que prender el aire acondicionado.
Yeah, I'd rather be cold than hot. Fuck the humidity.
Huh?
I don't like the humidity.
Oh no, it's bad. No, it's not that bad now. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna be nasty.
So you've been having fun with your new toys?
Not yet. I don't like going to the range on the weekends because there's too many people there.
Oh, I understand.
I like to go when everybody's at work.
How much are you saving on ammo? Are you looking for good prices and stuff like that?
Yeah, I like cheap stuff.
You're a cheap bastard. That's what you are.
Uh, I'm a poor bastard, so I gotta be cheap.
I know how that feels. The struggle's real.
Yeah.
Trying to find those side jobs.
Yeah.
How's your cat doing?
Huh?
How's your cat?
Oh, he's fine. So they're all fine. They're alive.
Last time I saw you, that your cat was sleeping on you.
Yeah. He's outside somewhere. He's not allowed to be in here. I don't trust him. He can puke and stuff.
Shit everywhere.
He doesn't shit. I'm glad he doesn't do that, but he might get sick. He got sick the other day right on the floor. Something he ate. He's getting a hold of some cheap cat food. I buy him 9 Lives. I get him Meow Mix, the good stuff, but somebody's feeding him the cheap stuff. That gets him sick. He doesn't eat a lot, so why buy him the biggest bag of cat food on the planet? It's not a good deal if it only makes him sick.
Give me food.
Well, it makes him sick. If you feed him good food, he doesn't get sick.
Just give him a whole chicken. He won't get sick no more.
I buy him good food. You're back. It's like you disappeared for a minute.
Fucking Google, dude. Google's a pain in my ass.
I'm hungry for a pizza. I missed National Pizza Day, and today G Web's talked about getting the grease off of his pizza. I want to find a good place that's local, not a chain restaurant that serves good pizza. That's hard.
Yeah, making Italian place to be a bunch of Mexicans working in the back.
Gotta find some Mexicans making pizza.
Yeah, they make the best.
Mm, I don't know. I have family. My niece, she's married to a guy from Guatemala. He's a pizza guy. He makes good pizza.
Down the street is a Chinese place. They got a bunch of Mexicans making the food, and it's like all the fun.
You know George Lopez?
Yeah, I don't really like them.
Have you seen his comedy specials?
The last one I knew was here in Long Beach, yeah, a while back.
You know where he says stuff. I wish I had that sound that thing he does where he says like, you know who's gonna build that wall, and then he goes and you hear that mariachi music going on. You know who's gonna bake your pizza? I wish I had that sound effect.
That fountain drink. Hey, what's a fountain drink?
On a pizza.
Dude, we had some protests along the freeway.
You had protests?
Yep. In the rain.
What were they protesting about?
You heard about the lady that got sent back for saving the identity into the immigrant?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so she stole somebody's identity. She got caught. And she got sent to she got sentenced to go back to the border. All right. To turn her stuff in. She did. She stayed another to 2017. She's supposed to leave in 2013. But she overstayed her welcome. They went and picked her up and they fucking sent her back.
Mm.
That's why they're protesting.
Mm. Mm.
Hey, did you ever go to Cuba?
Me? I've been to Cuba. I don't get the whole tourist thing. I don't like to see people suffering. It's not cool. I think that's what people here wants to see. Hungry people, destructed buildings, and it's a beautiful country when you get out of the city. I just don't see what people want to see people suffer.
It's like the old cars and the cigars.
Yeah, they want to. They can't mess the cigars and the rum or the scenery, but I don't like to see people suffer.
Like on the TJ.
No, I've never been to TJ. I've been to Nogales though, but
It's like
that's not real Mexico. You know, that's a border town. You don't. It's not the real stuff.
I've been down with my dad's road.
Hmm.
Nice place, man. There's a video I've been trying to find. They got a cartel member. They shot him up with the helicopter. So the army was chasing the motherfucker with the helicopter. They got him with the Gatling gun. The Tracer City. I've been trying to. That was yesterday. Hold on, let me try to find it.
Well, that's weird. Some weird game on Google. You know, when you click their little drawing. I don't know what the point of this is. It's terrible. I gotta get out of this thing. Some kind of weird animal rolling around the countryside, avoiding spiky things. And the soundtrack. Don't want to play a lot of that because they might copyright it. I guess I have no way of getting out of here unless I make it through the. Yeah, I did it.
Hey, there you go. The link's right there. Oh, I'd never fucking play those Google games. Fuck your shit up.
It's like a cartoon.
No, sometimes they lag.
So that's another set of gangsters there in Mexico.
No, they just got a crew. I
Oh,
never heard of that happening.
Hmm.
I think that was the first time they ever did it inside of town. The Mexican military don't fuck around.
Mexican Marines. Wow. I thought the Sicarios were another crew, another group of people. I guess Sicarios are his friends.
Now they're like different kinds of groups now.
That is impressive.
I want one of those for Christmas.
Mhm.
With ammo too. Lifetime ammo. It's like in California, the liberals will fucking melt when they see that shit.
I don't know. I don't understand California.
And basically, what my dad says, they're chasing this guy all over the town.
Uh huh.
And yeah, because they're gonna do a SWAT him, like a SWAT team. They can go in there and get him. But he escaped and he got in the truck and he started running away. So the helicopter came down and started shooting at him. That's how he got killed.
Wow. El H2.
I need one of those for Christmas.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm big here.
Miracle Bubbles. I don't know where the magic wand went.
Is that a bottle of Miracle Bubble?
Yeah.
Where's the wand, dude?
I don't know what happened to it.
You glue it to the cat.
Maybe.
You won't lose it,
Or the cat stole it.
like always. Steal your keys.
Cats. I gotta get something to eat. Or drink.
Dos Equis Negro, Modelo.
I don't have Dos Equis. I'll probably have a can of Natural Light.
Thank you. That does not sound appetizing.
Yeah. It's not. That's what the bums drink.
Bums drinking Cobra or some bullshit like that.
No, I got it from a bum.
The 211.
I got that can from a bum. He left it, so I took it. They also drink that Orchard, that Angry Orchard stuff. I get a 5-pack from a bum.
That Angry Orchard's pretty good, but man, you don't want to get buzzed.
It's okay. I think some bum bought the bought the 6-pack, drank one, didn't like it, left them there, so I took them.
That Angry Orchard's like a fucking wine cooler for grown-ups.
Yeah, it sounds like a beer. It's like a like an apple drink.
It's like apple cider.
Yeah. Hmm. Do you all get Materva over there? You ever had that? Materva?
Yeah, what is that?
It's like it's called yerba mate. It's like a Argentinian drink. It's like a really some weird spice. You know that Argentinian people drink something called mate?
No, I never heard of that shit.
Mate. It's good stuff. At least that soda kind of drink. I don't know if the actual mate drinks it tastes the same. Some kind of weird weed they grow down there.
I like tea.
Have two wires. See. So it's a weed. Yerba. Mate. See if I have some. I'll be right back. The Last of the Angry Orchard. Used bottle opener. No! I'm gonna leave my bottle opener now. Wait, I think I know. So you might want to hear it. Bouquet. Excellent. Oh wow, the Sunsetter retractable awnings. Quite a deal. Forever Love Diamond Ring. Progressive Insurance. Somebody wanting to checkbooks. The Grow Box. The Safety Tub. The Walking Liberty. Hearing aids. And special offers that I got from Sportsman's Guide. Special offers. I don't know if anybody is experiencing the same kind of things, problems with gun channels. Sometimes it likes to lock up. Coffee. Angry Orchard hard cider, crisp apple. Oh no. Hmm. I have an idea. Funny, huh? It's not bad. I wouldn't buy it. Maybe I would buy it if I was in the mood for it, I guess. Don't think I would be. Freedom! Hi, Robbie. Hi, DF2 dot. I love Deadpool. Hope they make a sequel with a bigger budget. It needs more X-Men, more action, more people. They couldn't afford many. Just had those two. Need more. Mm. How's everybody doing today? That small shipment come in from our friends in Russia. I'm reading the warnings. It's a good thing. Be safe. Look at the tiny little rattles. It's a tiny. That's clever. Good Russian people. Look at it, little tiny bullet. It's so tiny. I was disappointed. I grew up thinking that the M16 AR-15 was evil. He's so tiny. It's so cute.
We got there.
It's a little bullet. It's a tiny little bullet. It's a little chip. It's so puny. Okay, we gotta make peace with Putin. I'm doing my bit for world peace.
Hey, are you reading out of chat?
Hello, Mr. Knives.
No ammo singing?
No. I was disappointed
For what?
on the size of that bullet. I mean, everybody thinks that AR-15s and M16, that little tiny bullet, is evil, and it's kind of puny. It's kind of small.
Yep.
308 is cool. I like 308. But I'm not going to buy any 308 rifles. Not for a while.
Why?
Maybe. I'll have to see. The other bullets are over there.
What ammo you got right now?
Huh?
How much ammo you got right now?
Couple of thousand rounds of 9. Probably 1,000 of 223, 5.56. That, and maybe 2,000 of 7.62 by 39.
Hold on, you got a new toy? 5.56?
I'm working on it.
Well, you just find ammo for it, so you own something that.
Yeah, I gotta have ammo to shoot it when it's done.
You
Sort
can
of.
get an
Huh?
AR? You can get an AR.
I got one.
Where'd you get it from? What'd you get it for?
Like 376.
Is that the upper or lower?
Both.
Building it?
I'm building it. I built it. Soon it'll be unveiled to the world. Zinc coated. Fun, fun, fun.
Is there gonna be another chat?
Huh?
Is there gonna be another chat?
Where?
Is there gonna be another chat? Right
Tonight? I don't know. I think it's over for the scheduled chats. They had a chat about what they're going to do for the Daily Show this month. Got another computer over there. Sort of. Yeah. That's it. The only scheduled thing for Saturday is that Never Enough Ammo chat that never happened because Matt's kid had some kind of recital or something. So it never happened. And they had the chat for the Daily Gun Show. Happening tonight. Just you and me, Mr. Knives. El Señor Cuchillos. I gotta take a picture. I won a couple of patches in the Daily Gun Show, and I've really been kind of slow about to take a picture of them for Instagram. Might have to do that now. Let's make a good background.
That green?
It's a green. Nah, it's not good. It's not good. I'm trying to see. Moon Food has some good pictures on his Instagram thing, and I want to take a good picture. I think here would be nice. I'm gonna get like this towel. It's nice and orange for a background. Have a good light up ahead, and maybe. There's a penny over there. Man, how am I gonna get it? I'm not gonna walk over there. I'm just gonna grab it from over here because the walking business is for losers. It's trapped in the corner. It's going deeper. I'm gonna have to walk over there. That sucks. Let me move that cable around. Where'd that penny go? The things I'll do for that penny. I'm gonna have to go over there. It's not gonna be pretty. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking at what Dead Horse is talking about. What is flat wire spring? Flat wire spring. Like for the buffer tube? I don't know what switch is. Hold on.
Okay. Twitch is a gaming place. You live stream your gaming or you do blogs and you get paid for it.
Wow. I live a boring life. Nobody wants to see this.
You get paid for it. You have to
They'll pay me? They pay me to be boring?
Yeah. People are weird these days.
Wow. Sounds good, the paying part, but I don't know anybody who wants to see me being boring. Here's Ralph drinking.
You have two that will be your fucking manager.
See, Ballistic Expansion has the same question I asked, yeah. Oh. I don't know about cutting down the noise. If my AR works at all, I'll be very happy. Huh. I don't know, DF2 dot. Every money making business endeavor that I start doesn't really end well. Doesn't really make a lot of money either. The only thing I managed to do is to keep being busy. It's not really making money. I'm good at finding something to do, but not being well paid for it. How does Dead Horse have to do that? Upgrade and stuff. Rifle is fine. Have to. Flat wire. Just gonna take my rifle to Dead Horse. Here upgraded. I'm not opening that thing. Buffer tube. So how much is that spring set gonna set me back? I'm curious. This one for $25 from Midway USA. Tub speed lock system, flat wire buffer spring, AR-15 rifle, chrome, silicon. $25 little spring. And it's overdue, so I can't even get it. Flat wire spring. This one for $17. I'm not opening that thing. Jesus. I'm not doing that. Upgrade that. Wait. Yeah, the F2 dot, is it freezing? My gun channel sometimes locks up, freezes, so I can't see what the scroll. So I have it up there on that computer. It's a sort of computer. It's actually just a little board where I hook up stuff to it. I backed it up on Kickstarter. He's not around.
Yep.
Doobie doo doo doo. To your health, Instagram and people of gun channels. It's not bad. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Folks watching a hockey game. It's W. Mm. Mm. Watch Dead Horse video.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna get a bite to eat.
It's all well and good, but I'm not taking it apart. Hell no. Buffer spring. Powerade cap. Space foam. Maybe that will make a good background for my picture. Let's see if I can take a good picture with that background. Maybe. Rounding up some garbage. All set. And get the picture going. Hello out there in TV land. Seems like you all are busy watching the hockey game. I wish I had more creativity in these picture taking endeavors. Just don't have the energy anymore. I was trying to put one of these in the picture. Hopefully somebody out there will look at it and say, hey, what's that? And Google it. But let's see. this. Hmm. See my hand and the shadow of it. So, he said, Needs more in thought. I gotta get the iPad. The iPad has this setting. It's like a white light. So you won't see my shadow. iPad. See. Hope I didn't delete that. See, where should I put it?
Aloha.
Aloha.
How's it going, Raphael?
Not much. Just trying to take a picture of the daily tactical quiz winnings I got
Oh, you won?
a couple of times this month.
Strong Google foo.
Yeah. Or absent Sean Connery.
Oh, that'll do it too. It helps to eliminate the competition. Just go over to his place and shoot him, and then they can win the tactical pop quiz. You will not win the pop quiz. I saw John Wick 1 and 2, so, you know, it was at the movie theater. So, yeah, that's why I assumed you just went over there and killed him. Because he was in your way. You couldn't win without eliminating the competition.
I just saw the first one. It was good. It was really good.
Yeah, second one's good too.
Yeah. I might have to splurge and go see it. I hope that the theaters are not full this weekend. Trying to get a soft light happening. If I can take a good picture of the thing.
The thing?
The patches.
Ah, I see. Yes. You already received your patches that you won? That's fast.
I think he's shipping them out in the last week of the month. It's going to look awful. I don't like it. See, I'm using this as a soft light so I can get rid of my own shadow.
Yeah, that's all that cameraman tricks shit that I kind of vaguely understand being a sound guy. I was into audio. I always needed somebody who knew how to read a light meter and what it meant.
The really good photographer is Moon Food. I like his photographs. And I think he uses a phone phone camera.
Yeah, well, the cameras are getting better on the newer phones.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good.
But it's also the person behind it, and he's good.
Oh, yeah. Cameras are like, airplanes. It's it's the pilot. It's not the plane. You know. Same thing with cameras. The photographer, not the camera. But
yeah,
having a great camera helps.
Yeah, but I used to go to this photo website and Facebook, and people post their good pictures, the best. And there was this guy with a full frame camera, and right underneath it, there was a guy with a consumer entry level camera. His picture was better. So it was better. And the full frame camera didn't help. It's the guy.
And my dad's a pretty good photographer. He's got a ton of photographs all over his house.
I try.
A ton of cameras. You know, he used to get all the photography magazines for years and years, and he used to read them, you know. Because there's a bunch of, you know, popular photography and stuff like that. But I was an audio guy, so.
I have a lot of cameras. Film cameras. I should be shooting more often. But digital is so much easier.
Yeah. Well, I think I have some gun channels patches I have to give away on one of my shows, so I need to come up with some gun questions that'll good enough to stump Sean Connery.
Huh.
So I don't know if that's even possible.
That is tough. I don't know what he does. He has an encyclopedic knowledge of all these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a few real difficult ones.
And it's beyond Google food, because
you have to check it stuff to make sure you can't just Google it and get the answer. I bought a lot of gun channels patches. So I like to give some away, so something for me to work on. Maybe tonight I'll just try and find a gun that I can give a few hints that'll be hard to use Google, I guess.
I'm gonna have to try this tomorrow in the daytime. It is not looking good.
Well, sunlight is always good, though.
Yeah. I like a cloudy day because the shadows are not harsh.
What I really hate is when I'm trying to shoot a video on my lanai about some knife or something, and the gardener turns on his blower. It's like, well, how am I? Now I got to stop doing my video for an hour until the gardener, or two, until the gardener is fucking done blowing leaves around condo, which they do every day. And if you start too early, there'll be some baby crying, or, you know, somebody arguing, you know, some couple fighting, some married couple fighting about some stupid thing.
I do that for a living, and I'm usually there around 10. But I'll have to wake up early, or I have coffee, and I talk to my dad, and then I go out to work. By that time, it's probably 10. But in the summer, I'll have to not do that, because the earlier you work, the better, because it gets hot.
What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Florida.
Oh yeah, it could get hot in the summer there, and humid too. So
The double nasty.
The temperature is pretty much the same all the time in Hawaii. So
yeah,
low of 62, high of 86. You know, that's usually, or 83 or something like that. So it's like the same all the time.
Funny you say that. I have a friend who was stationed there with the Marines, and I told him one day, man, I gotta find somewhere where the temperature's nice all year round. And he said, yeah, that's called Hawaii.
Yeah, but the cost of living is high all year round. I mean, groceries cost like 10 times as much.
And that's
because of the Jones Act, this 1930s shipping law requiring USA built cargo ships manned by USA Union crews for all cartage in between U.S. ports. So anything that gets shipped from the mainland to Hawaii, costs a fucking fortune. So groceries cost 10 times as much.
Yeah.
Somebody moved from Hawaii to Arizona, has a YouTube channel, and he was just like saying, he was shocked because he could go to the grocery store in Arizona, spend $40 and have food for a week. And, it costs like, $200 here for food for a week. So, it's just ridiculous. I mean, unless you just eat oatmeal and every day, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But I mean, you could survive on it, I guess. But
I guess coconuts take a long time to grow. You can't even have a coconut or a pineapple farm.
A pineapple farm? Well, if you have the land, you could, but you gotta. They grow on the ground and they take a while.
Mm-hmm.
Patient.
You try growing those things. You need patience on a lot of land because they grow slow.
Yeah, but it's like, you set it and forget it. It'll grow eventually. If the wild hogs don't get to it.
Or raccoon. We have raccoon and possum.
Nah, well, we have mongoose and boar in Hawaii, so that's about it. And some rats in some parts of the island. There's a big rat swarm on the north part of the Big Island this winter because they had they had a lot of rain up there in the north part of the island. It's like if you drive on some of the roads there, you'll just run over like 100 rats because the swarm was so big. Anyway. Yeah.
Are they big enough? The cats don't bother them?
Well, there's so many of them up north. It's like, they all the stores ran out of rat traps. All the people that they used to be, dealing with, extermination and stuff. They just quit. They're like, nope, we're not dealing with this. Too many. And feral cats around here, they hunt birds, not rats.
Oh.
And unfortunately, they hunt native birds, so, it's easy for them to, get to the egg. The mongoose get to the eggs, the cats get to the, birds. They're natural hunters and stalkers, so if they see a bird, they just naturally want to eat it. Stalk it and kill it at least, even if they don't want to eat it. So I don't know what movie to see next.
I don't know what about. I rarely go to the movies now that I don't hang out with my friends.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to see John Wick 2 because that was a gun movie.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Glock that he bought at the Italian gun shop when his marker that he had to do a hit for was in Italy. So he picked up a Glock 34, a Glock 26, an AR, and a Benelli M4. And a few knives.
Was it as good as the first one?
Yeah. Not quite as many magazine changes. A lot of gun disarm and takeaways. Because he ran out of magazines, and so he just had to, keep taking away guns from his opponents, and so disarm and takeaways and using their guns instead of lots of mag changes. He even took away an AR from a guy. And there was some knife fighting, but I really would not have picked an out the front knife. The out the front knife that he picked, no way. I don't trust out the front knives to the mechanism to hold. If you hit somebody, stab somebody, in a bone or something, I kind of think it would not, be strong enough to stand it. I prefer fixed blades, but for some reason in the movie, and out the front probably just look cool to the director or something. But when you deploy it, it's not what I would pick. So I found that the grappling, the martial arts for the hand to hand was well done. And this was the knife fighting, but it's just wrong knives. I don't think. One guy had a good fixed blade, but really John Wick should not have had out the front knife. I don't think, at least in my opinion. I've never seen a martial artist use an out the front knife, as a first choice. And as a backup, I wouldn't. I don't have one. I have I have 2 or 3 left that are just like small, lighter with an out the front knife in it, but it's just a gimmick. It's not really anything I would use except as a lighter, And I wouldn't put real money into a knife like that. That's not on my wish list, but
it might be too.
I did have the urge to run out to the gun store and buy a Glock 34, a Glock 26, an AR, and a Benelli M4, but I somehow, since the gun store was almost closed by the time the movie let out, I just went home and had a quiet dinner. No pizza. Yeah, I don't eat pizza. G-Webs is trying to kill me by getting me to eat pizza. I guess he doesn't like me or something. So, wants me to...
Because of cholesterol?
What? Yeah.
Cholesterol?
Yeah. I don't want to have another bypass open heart surgery. So. Mm-hmm. 3 words. The 6 words I do not want to hear from my thoracic surgeon are, I have to go back in. That's what I don't want to hear. So I don't eat too much cheese or pizza or stuff like that anymore. Matter of fact, I avoid all that stuff like the plague. I know it's more of a boring diet, but you get used to it.
Yeah. I haven't eaten a pizza maybe more than a month.
Keep it up, man. That stuff eventually will catch up with you.
I try to stay away from it. I know it's bad.
Yes,
but I've been craving it since G. West brought up that National Pizza Day.
Yeah, I know. I think he did that just because he doesn't like me. He wants to clog my arteries, and if I die, then I won't have to type #Yankee go home every time he does a "We Love Yankee" chat or something. I don't know. I try and do my part on the Second Amendment stuff. Sign the. See how that petition is going at the WhiteHouse.gov for the NFA.
Petition.
The NFA. Repeal the Hughes Amendment. Yeah, I signed that petition. I know we have a long way to go still, and a short time to get there. Edge did a chat on that, and I should do one. I'll bring it up on tomorrow's Lock and Load as well.
I don't have an audience in my internet life, but I did.
That's okay. I only have a small audience too, but maybe if I get the Ammo Mafia involved, we can get some. They have a bigger audience. I'll try and give them a shout out, and maybe we'll do some good.
Yeah, every person counts.
Yep. We can just get a little closer to 100,000 signatures. Maybe they'll pay attention anyway, even if we don't hit the mark exactly. But I know they doubled it from when we started promoting it on gun channels. So
even still, that 100,000 is still a very small number compared to the amount of people that are members of the NRA or own guns.
Yeah, well, it's just there aren't as many active members, and there are more people get more active when there's like a ban coming. Like when the Green Tips thing was happening, that was like huge, because it was just it was literally crazy. Green Tips became a viral search term, is what happened, and so when the whole Green Tip thing went viral, then everybody jumped on the bandwagon, and it was easy to flood the ATF with petitions and signatures and letters and everything else from real people. And when they turned on their fax machine, they got flooded with, people saying, "Don't ban the green tips" and shit.
Yeah.
And they'll never try that again. open anything up for public comment. So.
But I wonder if those times that the people are woken up to the fact that they're in a fight, it just translates into them going out to the internet or their gun store and buying more things and not being politically involved. Does not translate into votes.
I don't know what it translates to. People. I don't know, when people panic. Because how come whenever I go into the flippin' main page for gun channels, some dumb rap music comes on?
Mm.
When I hit the Firearm News post for members, so I get the main feed, so I can find the link to the Hughes Amendment petition repeal, it's like some dumb rap music comes on. I'm just here looking for the link. Okay, here it is. We are at 16,851 signatures signed, 83,149 to go. I don't think we're going to get there, but
Probably because most people probably don't know what the Hughes Amendment is. And they say, well, and some people that do know, they'll say, well, why do I need a machine gun for? I don't want a machine gun, and nobody else should have one either.
We don't have a Bill of Needs, we have a Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
So,
freedom. Freedom.
Yeah, what a concept. Somebody thought of that at some point in America, and it kind of started catching on around the world.
And the weird thing is that they were legal not too long ago.
Yeah.
Just 86.
Even if they make it legal federally in Hawaii, they're illegal. So, where's the gun channels page up again? Put it in.
I shamed all my couple of family members on Facebook to sign them too, but I doubt anybody did.
Yeah, I'll get. I can send out some emails and get a few more signatures, but I can't get. I don't know 89,000 people or whatever it is, or 84,000 or whatever I just said a minute ago. I'm trying to do one thing at a time here. Live lobby gun chat, just so I can paste the. Paste. All right, the White House gov repeal 1986 Hughes Amendment is in the lobby chat. The links.
Yeah.
Anybody's in the lobby and hasn't signed it yet, go sign it.
Please.
Please. All right.
They're talking about fecal matter from a unicorn over there on the gun channels chat.
They're talking about what?
Unicorn fecal matter.
Have you seen the crazy video of the Mexican army killing the drug czar?
Oh, I saw that one.
I didn't see that. I haven't been watching. All I ever watch on YouTube is prepping videos and analysis of the silver and gold precious metals market, kind of stuff. Illuminati silver, shit like that.
Yeah. I think Mr. Nice posted a link here. Let me see if I can repost this. There's the link to the Mexican drug lord being killed.
Okay. To post that in the external too on gun channels?
Yeah, I think they've seen it.
Oh, they have? All right. So I'm the only one that hasn't seen this yet.
I think, because it was not too long ago. Maybe it was. So I don't know if anybody wants to see it. or hasn't seen it, but that's the link to it. Some drug lord being killed.
LH2.
LH2, yeah. I guess that's his name, his handle. Like El Chapo has his nickname, LH.
Well, I did watch some, photos of the Brazilian, looting, and like there's like been 120 people killed. There's some videos, I think, there's dead bodies all over the place because the police went on strike in like one state in Brazil called Espírito Santo. And there's no police, and so the people aren't starving or anything. They just, since there's no police, they were breaking into electronic stores to steal TVs and boom boxes and stuff they would like but don't have. They're not like, it's not like Venezuela where they're out of food. It's just like they want to steal stuff because. So some store owners hired some private security guys.
Oh, I've been watching on Instagram. Somebody I follow lives in Brazil, and he's been posting things like that. A bunch of armed people, some kind of riot.
Well, the police have basically went on strike and aren't patrolling, and so the store owners, the shop owners, had to hire security so their shops wouldn't be looted. That's what it is.
There it is. I posted it on the chat. That's what Knives shared a while ago.
The Brazil stuff?
Yeah. Well, no, this is the Mexican stuff I just shared. This person I share that he has been sharing the Brazilian stuff. I don't know what he's talking about because it's in Portuguese, or the language that they speak over there.
All I know is "tá bien," which means it's good.
Spanish, but it isn't.
Yeah, Brazilian Portuguese. Yeah, you can just go to Google and search police strike looting, and then Brazil, and you'll get like all the news feeds, and you can find all the pictures and videos.
To see one of his, because he's getting some really good pictures. Like, I don't know how he's not getting clubbed over the head, because he's getting close to these guys.
Well, I mean, all the pictures I saw were from Associated Press, but yeah, there's police, there's the military was deployed, is what the military, they deployed the military. The shop owners hired private security, otherwise their stores would all be looted. And the protesters are complaining. Are yelling at the one or two police who do show up, who are yelling at the protesters, the looters. I don't think there's anybody protesting. They're just people looting. There's nothing to protest. The police are on strike. Nobody. And the government said the police aren't allowed to go on strike. I said, oh, that's very interesting. We're on strike. So I think they charged the police chief there with treason, but there's nobody there to arrest him for that. So that's least of all the police.
The photographer, his name is Marco A. Vitali. One word.
Common name, Vitali.
Vitali. And this is one of his pictures.
Oh.
The journalist, documentary photographer in Rio.
Oh, it spread to Rio?
Yeah, he's in Rio, but
well, it's hard to take. That's not where the strike is, though. That's not where the looting is. So I thought it was just in Espírito Santo, which is a little south of Rio, I think.
Rio. He says Rio, I think, on his tags. Let me see if he has. It's geotagged as Rio de Janeiro. So I think it's happening there.
Oh, well, that's not what the news report said. Well, I haven't checked Google all day. I've been doing other things.
Things are happening as we speak. This was posted a while ago. Somebody throwing a smoke grenade or a gas.
Tear gas. I don't know. That may just be old footage from Espiritu Santo that he got, and he just posted it from Rio.
I don't know what kind of firework that is.
Need to do what? The police are on strike, so they're shooting off fireworks? That doesn't make very much sense.
No. And this is a repeat.
I haven't heard anything about any strike or looting in Rio. I think it's all in Espiritu Santo, which is a different state. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
This was. It has the geotag as Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, but that's where he may have posted it from.
Yeah, so he could have traveled and come back.
Yeah, he could. Or somebody emailed him the photos and he posted it because he's a blogger or something.
Oh, he's a journalist, so it might be his work.
Journalists usually have contacts to get pictures, so
yeah. So that's what's happening.
Well, just imagine if some states, can't afford to pay the police anymore. In the United States, you could have looting.
Yep. I don't know what I would loot. The Ferrari store is all the way over there, more like 40 miles.
Yeah. I could go to Costco and loot like a pallet of Spam. I don't know how I'd get a pallet of Spam into my SUV, but
yeah, I've seen the Ferrari store.
We don't have a Ferrari store on the Big Island, unfortunately.
I don't understand how we got one, but there's a Ferrari store.
There's a Ferrari store in Honolulu, but I don't live on that on Oahu, so it's not this island.
It's like I want to say it's up towards. If I take this road all the way past a couple of towns, and there it is, Ferrari. I don't know why.
Well, there's like only one gun shop, and I don't think I'd want to try and loot that place because the owner would. I know the owner, so I don't want to loot his stuff. And see if that shop closes, then there won't be any body shipping and ammo anymore. So
they don't want to loot that.
Yeah. So I think I'd probably just loot Safeway or something or Walmart.
Well, everybody will be there though. I'm thinking you got to be more creative.
Well, I'll just have to set off some explosives to clear out the parking lot to find a place to park. Was this your car? It's like, yeah, move it. No, boom.
It's like a daisy cutter.
Daisy cutter.
Sorry, making a little landing strip there. Was that your car? I don't know what I would do.
I know G-Webs would probably loot the Domino's pizza, but welcome to it. Yeah, I'd probably just get a bunch of salads and if they had any poke or good New York steaks or something, I'd loot that. And dried banana chips if they have them. Dehydrated banana chips.
I like that.
See how much orange juice I could fit in a shopping cart. And ketchup.
The post-apocalypse dinner, everything has
you need condiments. You need condiments.
They run out. I saw The Martian. Did you see The Martian, the movie?
Yeah, Yeah, that's the one where he's on Mars and he has to survive. Yeah, I saw that at the movie theater.
Salt. You need salt. Lots of salt. Ketchup.
What else? Probably a bunch of Kashi bars would be convenient way to store food, and all the protein bars I could find. Because I watched the Alone, the last show of the season for Alone, and at the end of the season, it's like I felt the urge to because they were all, like the next to last person had to medical tap. Well, she didn't tap out. She got pulled for medical because her body mass index fell below 17%, which at which point they risked body organ failure, so they had medically pulled them. And so it's just if you have protein bars, you can keep going because the protein will keep you going. So it's like I felt like maybe I ought to buy buy protein bars just in case this shit was China goes bad, or because North Korea just did another ballistic missile launch. So I know they don't have a reentry vehicle yet, but
Yeah, I just saw that on the news about the North Korean missile. But you also need some carbohydrates.
Well, I have rice and stuff. I mean, yeah, just get a bunch of Uncle Ben's rice packets, and you're good. I do have that. I did pick up a few boxes of Seeds of Change rice, the brown rice with quinoa and garlic packets. They're pretty healthy and easy to make. 90 seconds in the microwave and you're done. Throw on some kind of sesame oil or something.
I like the meals that are small. I don't know if I showed you those things that you just put it in the microwave and 60 seconds, done. They have
assuming we have power though, yeah.
Yeah, but you still need power. But they're ready to eat, so they're already cooked. You just need to warm them.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of Mountain House stuff and some Wise Food and some Mountain House stuff. And so that's just all you need to be able to do is boil water, and I can do that off like a butane portable camping stove that I have. So I have a bunch of butane containers, and push comes to shove, I can always light a fire outside.
The Mountain House, that's the stuff that comes in the 5-gallon bucket.
Well, it does, but they have the number 10 cans. I just pick up the individual packets a few at a time when I'm at Walmart. So over the years, it's added up to a nice little stash. I didn't go out and buy a bucket or any of the number 10 cans, but I might, the way things are going.
Yeah, there was a sale on Sportsman's Guide, like buy one, get one.
Yeah, but it's always the shipping to Hawaii that kills us, so on the price. Whatever the discount is, it never makes up for the shipping to Hawaii, usually. So, and whenever they have free shipping, it doesn't include Alaska or Hawaii. So, I just pick up a few extra at Walmart every time I go. And I have to go every month for pick up my medication refills. So. So yeah, I did all my leg. I did my leg resistance training today. Leg presses, step ups with weights around my ankles, leg extensions with weights around my ankles, and marching in place with leg weights. And then you can almost dunk when you take the weights off. It feels like your legs just jump to the moon. And it gets your heart rate up. Doing step ups with leg weights on, ankle weights,
Yep.
So, and the leg presses, a few, sets of 20 of those with everything else, you definitely feel it in your legs. Just lean against the wall with the t-shirt on and bend your knees as far as it feels comfortable. And leaning against the wall, you push up. So it's like a leg press at the gym, except you don't need a machine, really. And you can add weights, can hold some dumbbells or something. But
Press against the wall, bend your knee backwards until you...
No, you bend your knees, right? You don't bend your knees backwards. You just lean against your back against the wall, and you should bend your knees like a squat. Yeah, your back is leaning against the wall. So you don't have to hurt your back if you got a bad back or something. And you just use it, and it's like a squat, except it's just more like a leg press machine at the gym. If you've ever been on a leg press machine, except you don't need a machine. You can just add dumbbells if you want extra weight, but to just hold them. But really just leaning with your body weight and squatting down and pushing back up with your back against the wall. It's like a leg press machine. It's exactly how it feels. So, you do 3 or 4 sets of 20 of that, and do the step ups, and then marching in place with ankle weights. It's really, really definitely puts the sap on your legs.
I'll have to improvise.
Yeah, well, they taught me that at the cardio rehab program. So, hey, Dusty, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Well, kicking back after doing my leg workout. I'm talking about John Wick and the movie John Wick 2 that I saw, and Raphael is taking pictures of patches that he won, because he won. What was the answer to what was the question? The answer to the Daily Gun Tactical Pop Quiz?
The first one.
You don't remember? Oh wow.
Well, because I won a couple, and one of them I won so long ago that I forgot that I was getting anything. I thought somebody had stolen it, but he both at the same time.
Okay.
I forgot the question.
The one time I won that quiz, Sean threw a challenge flag kind of, and he was right. So, but they didn't rescind it, but I didn't feel like I should justify in taking it if I didn't win it fair and square. So I never applied for anything, So it's cool. I just bought the patches and helped you with his expenses and all, But so now I have to give some away on my show. I have to think of my own flipping questions, but what are you working on, Dusty? Anything?
I've been installing kitchen cabinets tonight, and I just decided to sit down and take a break.
In your own place?
What's that?
Installing it in your own house?
Well, not really my house. I have a building away from my house that I call my man cave, and I'm setting it up. I brew beer out here, and so I'm putting kind of a kitchen. I'm kind of putting a kitchen in this that I have.
It's a brew house?
Yeah.
It's a brew house. Okay, that's cool.
I make a lot of my own craft beers.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like...
We talked about that once, I think. I forget, on a lobby some time ago. Yeah, that sounded cool.
I think so.
Oh wait, no, that was on Edge's.
I don't like buying it.
Yeah, that was on Edge's chat, wasn't it? His beer chat, and that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, we got into it one night on Edge's chat.
On beer, the beer chat.
I have my own little setup. Yep, I have my own little setup here. I probably brew 90% of what I drink. I'll go buy some new craft beers just to test them. Ideas on how to rebrew it for myself, but a lot of what I drink, I brew myself.
Did you see the new brewing machine? It's like a coffee maker for beer. It's like
one. It's called the Pixit or something like that. Pixel or something.
It's like you set it and forget it.
I just go to Costco and buy Sedona Brewing Company beer, and that's good enough for me. Get the variety pack.
I thought about getting into that, but it's complicated, and you have to worry about sulfites in your water, weird things like that.
Yes, I adjust all my water. It's a lot of chemistry, but I find it fun. So.
And I saw that you have to be. It has to be clean. Stuff has to be clean because there's a lot of waste products after you brew.
Well, you get distilled water and use that, but
Well, actually, distilled water does not work. You need the minerals in the water to make the taste in the beer.
okay. Well, you could add the minerals you need, but
Of it is you're boiling it for an hour anyway, so any water contaminants are gone with the boil.
well, it'll kill anything. But I don't know about the minerals being, if you got some chemical or something in there, I don't know.
I will say what I make is safer than anything you'll buy. So,
Yeah, I think what
because-
they do in America is they have the law that says they have to put formaldehyde in the beer to, deal with
Yep.
some of those issues. That's why I usually prefer Mexican beers, but I kind of support Kona Brewing Company because their original office was like about a block away from me. So there's the restaurant. They still have a store restaurant there. So they have good pizza too. I just can't eat it anymore. So I don't go there much. I just buy the beer.
The other
What was
night,
that?
everybody was talking about being National Pizza Day, and everybody was talking about pizza. I about died that night. I wanted pizza so bad.
I just turned it off. It's like he was trying to get me to eat pizza and kill me or something. I think he wants me dead. He
I know.
wants to
But
kill
I
me
felt
with
sorry
pizza.
for you that.
Well, I just left. I couldn't, I can't look at pizza, I wasn't going to order it, so. I had popcorn yesterday at this movie theater. Then I went to Subway and I got the healthiest 6-inch sub that they had, so.
I go for the unhealthiest.
Unhealthiest? Which is that?
I think it's the spicy Italian.
Why do you think that's the unhealthiest? It's just
It probably has a lot of salt and a lot of grease because it's a lot of meat.
That's a spicy meatball.
no. They have the meatballs. That's different than the spicy Italian. I don't know what meat they use.
Salami, pepperoni.
All right, shut up. I don't want to hear what they use. Anytime you say something I can't eat, it's like, shit.
Hey, it's grease.
I thought Subway meatballs were pretty much just like Alpo, like rolled into little balls, and then like maybe mixed with some like Spam.
Speaking of Greece, people are saying that if Greece leaves the euro the EU will collapse. If they kick them out, and basically it's the debt Greek debt crisis. They should have never let them into the EU because their economy isn't sound, and if they want to raise the amount of surplus in the Greek budget to 3.5% or something, and the only way for Greece to do that is by raising taxes and cutting people's benefits, which means there'll be another riot, from protests in Greece. And so the IMF is blaming Germany and Greece, and the Greece is blaming Germany and the IMF, and Germany is blaming Greece and the IMF. So, it's just
I blame the Japanese.
Well, for Greece? What do they have to do with Greece? They're not in the
all
EU.
Japanese fault. It's all the Japanese fault, man. Everything can be linked back to the Japanese.
It's that North Korean missile launch. But really, if Greece goes, the whole the EU will collapse, the whole banking system will collapse, and then the U.S. banking system will collapse. And I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, have you read anything about? I think it's supposed to be in April or something, to where they're going to vote to not make the U.S. dollar the U.S. stand or the world standard anymore?
Well, they're saying it's already not the world reserve currency, but it depends how you just go to Zero Hedge. There's an article on it about how people aren't using it as the world. It's not the petrodollar anymore. So, but let's see. I'll go to Zero Hedge and try and. I'm sure they have something intelligent written about it. Let's see.
Cats and dogs living together.
Cats and dogs living together.
Syria.
Let's see. Jim Rogers, quote, "We're about to have the worst economic problems of a lifetime. A lot of people will disappear," unquote. Yeah, they're going to ban cash at some point. Did the judges lie? New report finds 72 terrorists came from countries covered by Trump ban. Oh, I just got to see this cartoon from this article. Two of the judges have Never Trump's protest signs up at the court hearing. I see. All right, I'm just looking at Zero Hedge. Alleged Muslim spy ring. North Korea launched ballistic missile, tests Trump megacity economy. How 7 types of global cities stack up. Panic spreads among Hispanics after hundreds of illegal immigrants are arrested. What form will the great confiscation take? How can we prepare? There are 66,719 empty mansions in Vancouver. Lindsay Lohan urges Trump, Putin, Erdogan meeting to solve global refugee crisis. No, seriously. Beware of Trojan horses in women's movements. The Economist does it again. To die or reject, the choice of America's ignorant, spoiled, lazy white mob. All right. Golfing with Abe was easy. Now comes the hard part. Donald Trump's most important Fed appointment. Spoiler alert, it's not the chair. U.S. Special Forces deployed to 70% of the world in 2016. I didn't know we had that many special forces. Mexicans vow to fight Trump by, quote, jamming U.S. courts, unquote, as deportation set to surge. How a breakdown in liberal ideology created Trump. Not the Onion. Saudi Crown Prince receives CIA medal for efforts against terrorism. Carbon taxes, cow farts, and central planning.
That's one heck of a lead.
Yeah, that's enough to get me to click on it. It's a picture of a cow that says "I love central planning" on it. Cow taxes, cow farts, and central planning. In a centrally planned economy, decisions on what to produce, stupid ad, how to produce, and for whom are taken primarily by the government. The term is usually associated with communist economies. However, since U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt implemented a robust range of government policies in the 1930s to counter the effects of the Great Depression using principles that would be popularized by UK economist John Maynard Keynes, Western governments, along with their central bank consorts, have also taken on very interventionist roles in economic affairs. But not even Stalin or Roosevelt could come up with a rather exotic tool that could take central planning to a whole new level: carbon taxes. The reason why it is so powerful is that virtually all market activities produce some type of greenhouse gas, meaning carbon and other equivalents that contribute to warming our planet. Here's the emission breakdowns by sector in the U.S. according to the Environmental Protection Agency as of 2014. Agriculture, 9%, electricity, 30%, transportation, 26%, industry, 21%, commercial and residential, 12%,
So how are they making the cows plan whether to fart or not to fart?
I haven't got that far yet. It doesn't say yet. It sounds like a great lead for an economic article is what it was. Virtually all economic activities, produce some type of emissions. So by putting a cost on carbon, any of them, from the most mundane to the most complex, would be impacted. Entire industries could be impaired with a stroke of a pen. Powerful stuff indeed. Furthermore, the tax base could be greatly expanded as a result at a time when governments are desperate for new sources of income. I don't understand, why would they be desperate for new sources of revenue? Because they can always just print more money. That's what they've been doing so far. Anyway, climate change skeptics pointing to the alleged gaps in the theory of man-made climate change, where carbon emissions resulting from human activity are primarily responsible for the rise of global temperatures since the 19th century, and the heavily politicized nature of the process, have long argued that such powerful interventionist tool is really the ultimate goal of the politicians pushing for it. Stated differently, it may not just be about saving polar bears, but rather central planning on steroids. So they're going to use polar bears to institute communism. We have communist polar bears. It's the fucking problem.
They come from Russia.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's cold there.
Cold.
At least it is in Siberia. My family can attest to that. They were in a gulag in the Archangel Forest in World War II. Anyway, with the election of Donald Trump to the White House, these skeptics thought they had gained a key ally, and that the whole concept would now be consigned to the most liberal corners of Western societies. Indeed, one of his first actions was to delete climate change references in the official web pages, vindicating some of those expectations. But they might have to put the cork back in the bottle. According to Bloomberg, a group of prominent Republicans are proposing the creation of a carbon tax plan to top Trump aides, including Vice President Pence, and they are listening. The idea to tax a dollar amount for each ton of carbon emissions resulting from fossil fuel usage, with rebates for lower income families to offset escalating costs. There would also be a border adjustment tax to increase the cost of imports from countries that do not put a price on carbon. Oh, so that's it. If they don't tax carbon in their own country, then they get an import tariff. That's the way of getting around the whole thing. It's like they're doing it for the environment. They have to have an import tariff on Mexico because they don't have carbon taxes. While we buy their oil from them. Jesus fuck. Yeah, it's all a plan to control the economy. I think I'm going to buy more silver Monday. Tomorrow night, the American Heroes channel has a Apocalypse, How the World Will End show, new series starting. So
it's a series.
Yes, it's a series. Well, they can't end the entire world in just one show. They have to make a whole series out of it.
They made a good one the other day. One was the sun going supernova, right?
I didn't see the supernova. I mean, I saw the show where they had the gravity fall into the Earth, fall out of orbit and fall into the sun.
Or was it the sun having a massive corona flare?
Well, I saw solar flares. Yeah, that one just, shorts out the entire electric grid, and then, imagine the entire world with no power. So
actually, that's actually considered a minor solar flare, like one that can short out our entire electric grid. A massive solar ejection the radiation could actually pretty much kill everyone on Earth and penetrate the Earth's crust like 10 miles.
But it has to be a direct hit, though.
Yeah, but we couldn't even take cover in caves because it would penetrate so deep into the crust.
Yeah, but we had a very massive solar ejection recently, but it missed the Earth. it missed the Earth slightly. So, you know, it was just because it has to hit the Earth, and it didn't. So, but yeah, just shorting out the entire grid. I mean, it happened once before, but when it happened, we didn't have an electric grid. It happened like in the 1800s or the 1850s, I think, and all it did was short out some telegraph wires because there wasn't electricity back then. But now, since the entire world is completely dependent on electricity and computers, all that stuff goes down, you know, good luck getting groceries, medical attention, or anything. Pretty much be chaos. I mean, people that live someplace where they need air conditioning. I think that somebody did, Canadian Prepper had somebody did like a guest video of somebody in California. If California has an earthquake, the main problem will be if the San Andreas fault disrupts the aqueduct that brings in all the water from, you know, like the Colorado or from Northern California to Southern California, because there just will not be, if the aqueduct is, you know, cracked and doesn't work, then there's no water for all those people. And, you know, it's a desert, so everyone will be migrating back to Mexico, I guess, because there's no water, not enough water for all those people in Los Angeles or Southern California or San Diego or anything. So earthquake could take out the you know, aqueduct.
Actually, I would just tell them all just to like walk west instead of south and just drink from the ocean. And that's like
salt water. You cannot drink salt water from the ocean.
No, the people in California are immune to that because they've lived there for so long. So then, yeah. So just tell everyone in California to drink from the ocean; they'll be fine.
Why don't you just tell them to drink from the ocean right by the reactor, and they'll be fine. Just put a big thing of plastic saran wrap over the steam coming off of the reactor. Collect the water.
Actually, California has a law that makes like salt illegal, right? And then like another law, or like a law saying like, oh, like you can drink salt water and it's perfectly fine, and as long as they make that law, then it'll be okay.
Well, anyway, I clicked on the carbon taxes, cow farts, and central planning. So we all know what's all about the carbon tax scheme. Shafis accused paid protesters of being shipped in to cause chaos at Republican town halls. Newspaper apologizes for using Alec Baldwin photo in Trump cover story. Fletcher admits Fed is clueless about what happens next. The coming class wars. French protesters set car on fire during ongoing anti-police protests. Live feed. Cool. They set a French car on fire. They probably put it out with champagne.
Perrier water.
Did you hear about Britain's entire naval fleet
is what? You're just gonna leave that hanging?
Sorry, I had someone talking to me. Britain's entire naval fleet of submarines is like gone right now. Like they're all like.
It's not gone. It's in Scotland. It's in the harbor in Scotland. Yeah, one nuke could take them all out. All the Tridents are, well, they're ancient. You know, our whole submarine fleet is, our ballistic missile boomers are they're all well past their intended service life. So
no, we've got a couple new ones.
Well, not the ballistic missile ones. We have some Seawolf class, but not the boomers. They have to replace all of them, and it'll be cost a fortune.
I was watching a thing the other day about a new U.S. attack sub.
Yeah, but attack subs aren't the problem. It's the ballistic missiles from the Triad.
Well, it carries something like 16 nuclear missiles on it, right?
Not on the attack subs. The attack subs don't have nuclear ballistic missiles.
Well, maybe it's super fast, right? It's the fastest submarine in the world, and it carries 16 missiles. Inside of every one of those 16 missiles is 4 nuclear warheads.
I've never heard of a nuclear attack sub that carries ballistic
maybe
missiles.
It's not an attack sub, but it's the fastest sub in the world, and it carries 16 missiles, and then every one of those missiles has 4 nuclear warheads that can hit 4 different targets. That's 16 times 4.
The fastest sub in the world was in my car after on the way home from the movie theater from Subway. But anyway, yeah, 0 ahead.
Italian.
What's that?
It wasn't a spicy Italian.
No. Trump renews attack on broken legal system, says cost of the border wall will come way down. Surpass warns IMF Schauble to stop playing with fire over Greek debt. Yeah, that was a story I was reading the other day. It was so funny. Scheduled, yeah. Greece has a big government debt repayment, and coming, see if they can make it or not.
Well, I had a book about something. Remember reading it.
Reading what?
A book about submarines.
You have a book about submarines? That's cool.
I had one. I read it. I don't know. Can't see it now.
Wait, the book just disappeared?
I might have donated it to Goodwill or something.
Yeah, all that people need is a book about
just go around your neighborhood and start beating up home people and demand the return of your submarine book. Who has my submarine book, motherfuckers?
I have this one, Blind Man's Blood. That was a good one.
There's been certain times in history where there was such a black market for books that it was kind of amazing. They were literally being sold on the corner like crack. Right? And it didn't matter what book. It was a funny thing. It was just anything you can get your hands on to read was very desirable.
Yeah, I can see that. I used to have lots of books. They burned when I had a place in Malibu that burned down, and I forget what year it was. Clinton was president. Declared Malibu a disaster zone.
The more that they tried to outlaw and ban books for certain books, the more desirable, the more people wanted them.
I don't think they've tried to ban books lately. Has anybody around in America tried to ban books?
Lately, but there has been a time think of a lot of the books To Kill a Mockingbird and Catcher in the Rye. Those books have been tried to be banned in our school system so many times, and in some states and school systems they are banned. But that's made more people want to read them because of that.
Except the school children. The school children, they only read what they're assigned to read. So.
No. I was watching a thing the other day that was saying that's not true. That the school systems that don't have them.
Well, usually the principals are. Usually the principals.
All the teacher has to say is that school does not want you to read this book, and the kids go out and read it. That's all they
buy that book, Dead Horse.
I'm just
my daughter needed to read it for school, so I just bought it.
Yeah, I had a bunch of books that burned in a fire. I had them from UCLA, all kinds of cool books, and they all went up in smoke. But generally, in middle school and stuff, and elementary schools, it's the principals of the schools are in charge of the libraries, and what's in and what's not in. It's not like the teachers. The principal will, try and get donations, and it's something they always work on. Every principal works on their own library and trying to get more books and stuff in. I've never heard of principals in the LAUSD school system anyway, which is the one I'm familiar with because that's where my mom worked in and was the principal. They never ban books as far as I know, but it's up to the individual principal at the school. The U.S. school system, they pretty much, the principals are in charge of the school. That's why they call them principals. So,
well, I would go one step further and say the Board of Education.
The Board of Education does not fuck with the principals. I mean,
they do in my area.
The principals have to report, but they don't tell what books to put in the library. The principals would tell them to go pound sand.
But like as a parent, if the principal or a school was requiring a book that I did not like my kids reading, if I went to the Board of Education, they would change it.
Some people might request the Origin of Species to be banned.
Well, they can request that the principal be thrown out of the school for having a book in the library that they don't like, but then that's more likely to happen than actually forcing a principal to, burn a book, throw a book out of their library. They just might change the principal instead. Reassign the principal to a different school or something. They just play music, musical chairs with the principals. But that's something that's like a last resort. That shit doesn't happen hardly ever just because somebody doesn't like a book. I mean, they listen, but principals have more power than you think. They're like the boss. They're like, the dictator. They're like in charge in every aspect of those schools.
Well, I know what one is. My father was the principal when I was in school.
Yeah, so then you know.
I know.
They used to call when my mom was just an elementary school teacher before she did the principal thing. They used to call her Mrs. Applebunker.
I had it made in high school. I could go anywhere, do anything I wanted, and all the teachers would think that I couldn't be doing anything wrong because my dad was in the office, and he would have took care of me if I was doing anything wrong. So I know all about having a...
Yeah, not all principals are good principals, but they are in charge, and for better or for worse. But we've gotten off of our end of the world chat here that I was trying to direct everything. Because is anybody going to watch that show on American Heroes tomorrow?
Maybe.
Maybe. Give me something to talk about on my Lock and Load chat on Monday. If I like the show on Sunday.
So what's the show?
On American Heroes channel, The Way the World Will End. They'll cover different ways the world can, end, whether it's, pandemics, nuclear wars, whatever it is, they'll cover it.
I have a list of most commonly challenged books in the United States. I'm gonna see if I have some right here behind me. I have a couple.
A list of what? You have a list of what?
Most commonly challenged books in the United States.
Okay.
And so,
challenged books.
a challenged book is one that is sought to be removed or otherwise restricted from public access, typically from a library or a school curriculum.
But I think number one would be the Pledge of Allegiance that they want to ban.
I don't think there's a list. With The Absolute True Diary of Part-Time Indian. I don't have that. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn.
No way.
Why don't they ban Shakespeare? I mean, it's like his name is pornographic, so.
It's one I have. All the King's Men. Robert Penn Warren. One. I have Tom Sawyer and I have Huckleberry Finn. I don't know where. That's 3. Alice by Philip Reynolds Naylor. I don't have that. American Psycho and American Tragedy. The Anarchist Cookbook.
The Anarchist Cookbook, yeah. All right.
Anastasia Krupnik. And Tango makes 3. Animal Farm.
I bet if we say the Anarchist Cookbook like 3 times really fast, we'll have the NSA monitoring us. Anarchist Cookbook, Anarchist Cookbook, Anarchist Cookbook, Anarchist Cookbook.
Not know this man. I've never met them ever in my life.
How can you say that all after we split that pizza last night?
No. Annie on my mind. Angus, Thongs, and Full Frontal Snogging.
By Yankee Marshall.
Arizona Kid.
All right.
Dear God, it's me, Margaret. Arming America. Content dealing with firearms later proven to have been fabricated. That's interesting. Don't know where that book is. As I Lay Dying by William Faulkner.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of people the school system is producing nowadays. I made a comment on the local newspaper website that said, "God bless President Trump," and then I got some response that there is no God, and you brainwashed idiots who recite the Pledge of Allegiance over and over. I mean, it was just, I don't know where they create these people in this state from, how they just completely suck out everything about being an American out of the educational system. It's like I'm waiting for them to ban the Constitution or something next. I don't know what other stupid thing they're going to do.
Brave New World.
Brave New World.
Catch-22. I have that one for.
Yeah, that was required reading in my sociology class at UCLA.
Gary, Stephen King, Campton Underpants, The Call of the Wild. I have that. The Chocolate War, Christine by Stephen King, A Clockwork Orange, The Color Purple, Color Trilogy, right? Crazy Lady, Cross Your Fingers, Spin on Your Hat, Cujo, Stephen King.
This is an interesting story.
Going by, I'm up to C. This is a long list. I have 5 already. The Dead Zone, another Stephen King book.
So listen to this article. Merkel forced to deny plans for European nuclear superpower. In the wake of President Trump's comments that NATO is obsolete, the European leaders renewed calls for a European army. Angela Merkel has been forced to deny Germany is interested in acquiring nuclear weapons amid calls for it to lead a European nuclear superpower. Oh, shit. I'm sure that'll make Putin happy. As we noted previously, calls for an EU army pre-exist current trends among Europeans and Americans to reject international institutionalism for a more nationalistic, sovereign state-oriented model of governance. The Guardian was reporting in 2015 that European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker was calling for an EU army to show Russia that the bloc was serious about defending its values. The shock result of Brexit merely accelerated plans within the EU that were already in progress. But with Trump's NATO comments, the chatter picked up further in recent weeks of the need for the EU to invest in its own nuclear deterrent. Jaroslaw Kaczynski, the head of Poland's ruling party, told the German newspaper this week that he would welcome an EU nuclear superpower. Senior MP from Mrs. Merkel's Christian Democratic Party has called for Germany to press for a European nuclear deterrent. Der Spiegel magazine has questioned whether it is time for Germany to acquire its own nuclear weapons, and the Financial Times has called for Germany to think the unthinkable on the issue. As The Guardian reports, the German government has moved quickly to stymie those rumors. Quote, there are no plans for a nuclear armament in Europe involving the federal government, unquote, a spokesman for Angela Merkel said. The leading voices in Germany have warned that the country is acquiring its own nuclear weapons is not the solution. We would open Pandora's box and start an arms race, General Hans Lothar Damrose, former NATO commander, said. It would make it even more difficult to prevent other countries like Iran from getting the bomb. Obtaining nuclear weapons either directly or indirectly through the EU would be a serious violation of international law for Germany. Wolfgang Ischinger, the head of the influential Munich Security Conference, said. Still, all this talk of nuclear arms race is a great reason to buy more stocks by the looks of the market. Really. People are.
Can I slow things up?
Yes, please.
I see Bullseye keeps trying to join in, but we don't hear him at all. Mic problem or what?
I'm here. No, I'm here. I was just reloading. Sorry. Let me put myself on mute.
Okay. If you have anything to say, I'll shut up.
No. I'm just listening.
I don't want to be rude either. That's why I just decided I should say something. Okay, go on, Hawaii.
Well, I'm tired of reading Zero Hedge. Let me go to 24 Hour Gold and see what's on that website. At least that Zero Hedge is more Russian television oriented propaganda. 24 Hour Gold is more about just gold and metals and stuff. Related news.
I like
Which
gold.
I agree with what you said earlier. I'd be buying silver if I was you also and had the money to do it.
Yeah, I do have a bit saved up already. Well, the market always does what it's supposed to. It's just a question of when.
Well, you know the old fact. You know, they always say you buy on the rumor and sell on the fact. Which, you know, right now it's kind of a rumor it's gone up, but it's an early rumor.
Well, they've had this rumor for years, though. I mean, so it's really, don't do what I do. Don't make any decisions based on anything I say.
I guess I should dig and find the article that I read the other day, because I know we're supposed to have a vote in April. The UN banks are supposed to vote in April of whether to do away with the dollar as the standard.
Well, it's more of a question. It's more a question, I think, if they're going to eliminate cash worldwide. There's going to be no cash, and it'll be completely, the cash will be banned. It'll be illegal to have it. Then, it'll be a completely cashless society.
United States. The only reason we're not in a major depression or recession right now is because our money is worth more on the world market. If they go away from our dollar and our dollar becomes worth less, double.
Well, yeah, definitely. Unless you have a lot of gold and silver, you will be in trouble. That's right. If you have enough gold and silver, you won't be in trouble. But the whole world will be, so you will be too. If everybody else around you is in trouble, then you will be in trouble too, because all your neighbors will be in trouble. But if all your neighbors start rioting,
silver.
Yeah, but it's like how you have to get it to some place where you can exchange it for something, and get there in one piece with your gold and silver and tax.
Oh, that's true too.
I honestly don't know if metals are going up or down right now. If they've been inching up, a little bit at a time,
They're inching to being sideways.
No, they're going. The last 3 weeks, they've been pretty much going up almost every day by 20 cents or something. Silver has been moving up by 20 cents, and the dollar is moving up. It's not tough. A few days that gold went down a little, but it's been just barely anything. If it goes down, usually it's been both metals have been going up. I mean, the silver to gold ratio is still, I think it's 68 or something now. Germany to bring its gold stash home sooner than planned. Frankfurt, Germany. Germany's central bank is bringing home gold reserves stored in places like New York and Paris faster than planned, it said today, as confidence in the euro ebbs even in the heart of the currency bloc after a decade of sluggish economy. Stashed away at the height of the Cold War in safe havens well out of Moscow's reach, the 3,378 ton, 120 billion euro, 102 billion pound gold stockpile has become a symbol of Germany's economic ascent and a guardian of its stability. But with Europe stumbling from crisis to crisis, the German public has grown uneasy about keeping the gold abroad. Some even argue that the world's second biggest bullion reserve may be needed to back a new Deutschmark should the Eurozone break up. Oh, so they might go with a gold-backed currency? That would be, my gold will go up in value, but I have more silver than gold. But silver will go up too if gold takes a moonshot. Having already moved 583 tons of gold out of New York and Paris, the Bundesbank plans to have half its gold in Frankfurt by the end of 2017, years ahead of its 2020 schedule, with the rest split between the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and the Bank of England. Quote, we have a lot of discussions about President Trump regarding implications on monetary policy, macroeconomics, but we trust the Central Bank of the U.S., Bundesbank member Carl Ludwig Thiel told the news conference. Oh, I must have bored Raphael out of this conversation by talking about gold. Oh, no, he said he had to go. All right.
It's going to continue to go up. I just looked, and which I don't really watch gold and silver, but I watch corn and soybeans.
Okay.
Past week, I see this past week corn and soybeans hit some new highs. So,
yeah, well, I think that the riots and the looting after the police strike in Brazil, the government can't afford to pay the police what they want to stay out on patrol. Then countries, the people are thinking if it happened in Brazil, it can happen somewhere else. Coming to a city near you soon. Police go on strike. In Dallas, Texas, the mayor of Dallas had to stop withdrawals from the police pension fund, and a lot of police officers just quit so they could get work at some other city in the United States where they have a solvent pension fund. So it's just a few economic events away from everybody going out and looting, or at least all the bad guys going out and looting anyway. So yeah, I can see how food would go up in value if people are stockpiling stuff, or it would just cause the market to send commodities higher. People are afraid to not put money to work in the stock market, but they're also afraid to put money to work at risk in the stock market because it's near record highs. So, and relative to gold, I mean, the numbers are near record highs, but the buying power is of the Dow Jones is not measured in terms of gold, is not what it used to be. It's gone down, not up. Who knows? Everything could just do exactly the opposite of what I'm thinking will happen.
If we could all figure it out, we'd all be rich.
Yeah, when I used to day trade, I always I got to the point with it where I would just think, when I was absolutely certain that I had the perfect trade, and I was about to hit the button, I would just do the opposite of what I was planning to do instead. So if I was going to short something, I'd buy it. If I was going to go long, I would just sell it short. Instead of what I'm positive I want to buy the stock, so instead of buying it, I'm going to sell it short. I actually made money by doing the exact opposite of what looked right.
And I used to do quite a bit of trading too, but I always think of my dad. My dad was always in the background. He was always telling me, for everybody that makes money trading, somebody has to lose it. So he's always saying, remember that when you trade.
I remember one time I was staying at the Ritz-Carlton in Marina Del Rey, and I think I bought, I don't know, $80,000 worth of RF microchip and before the earnings report or whatever, and then I woke up the next morning and I was like $30,000 richer or something, But hey, I lost that much money some days too, so But it was a good feeling for one day, Everybody on the stock market chatter internet thing at the time was like, get out, sell everything, take your profits and run. Like, okay, I did. Closed out of every position that day. Mick turned it all into cash. Then I went out and I think I ordered some coffee or something and met some stock trader at some restaurant in Marina Del Rey. Whatever.
Well, I told you I watch the commodity markets, but that's what I sell. That's where my income comes from. And develop this thing. If I can sell my crops and have a profit, maybe I should be selling. I don't hold them all. Like right now, together to pay all my bills right now because I'm holding a little too long because the frost laws are on and everything. But from what I just looked at, I could probably sell some soybeans right now if I could ship them. But I can't ship them because in Michigan we have what's called frost laws, which means you can't put a truck that weighs over a certain amount of poundage on the road. So,
well, do you trade futures contracts or?
Not a lot. I do some, but not very much. I don't like doing that.
But why? Because I read Schwager's book on futures, and I think his whole philosophy was, when some stock market trader comes to you and says, I lost everything in the stock market, he says, well, you should have been with us in the futures market because we made a fortune.
Well, the problem with futures, sell in the futures market, you actually have to have the money to back the margin calls.
Well, you didn't used to. Well, the book I read was pretty old. Schwager on futures. The theory is perfectly the same. But obviously, things have changed since he wrote the book, Schwager on Futures. But obviously, Harry Henderson. There's too much corn, and I saw too much corn when I remember I worked on the X-Files too, and it was in a cornfield, all in a cornfield. So that's where they kept the aliens or something. I forget. That's where the Smoking Man was in some military industrial complex in the middle of a cornfield, and Scully and Mulder were trying to find something in the middle of the cornfield, and
I have about 20,000 bushels. I have about 20,000 bushels sitting here right now.
And the Italian guy who was trying to dub Mulder could not pronounce, for some reason, he could not pronounce Scully correctly. He kept saying Skelly. We kept and the Italian dubbing director was like, "It's Scully, not Skelly," and say it, and he couldn't say it, and it's like, everybody else from Italy I know could say pronounce a U. Why can't this guy? But anyway, I never traded soybean or corn futures or orange juice futures or anything like that. So, but if I was ever to get back into trading, it would be futures. I think you can get in and out faster. You don't get
the reason I trade them is that's what I raise. I raise corn and soybeans. That's my livelihood. I'm a farmer by life. So
right. Well, the whole concept of futures in the beginning was so that if you were a farmer, you could trade, keep your profits and trade off the risks of delivery or crop that you trade. You sell your commodities on the futures market. And you lock in your profits and trade off the risks. That was my understanding of that was what was in Schwager on futures.
The other side to that is what I have here. I have grain bins. I have all my corn and soybeans are sitting here on the farm right now. So I hold them. So it's kind of like having versus selling something before you raise it. And I typically like to sell it after I raise it rather than sell it before I raise it. Because if you go on the futures market and sell it, and say we have a weather disaster or something, and you do not raise that crop, you still have to deliver that crop.
Well, unless, I wish it was like that for silver and gold, but they trade that without ever having to deliver anything unless they're in Shanghai or Abu Dhabi. Nobody has to deliver anything. It's all paper trading.
Well, and that's Clinton's fault.
I think
he is the one that
been like that since before Clinton. You could blame Roosevelt, I think.
Well, Clinton's the one that deregulated grain. It used to be if you sold a bushel of grain on the Chicago Board of Trade month, you had to produce that bushel of grain. Clinton was the one that transferred it to where it could all be money transfers or paper transfers.
Cool. Well, I don't know.
Basically, he deregulated the commodity markets.
Well, boy, it's and the thing is gold. Some people think of gold and silver as a commodity, but some people think don't. And anyway, I don't trade gold or silver futures. And if you did, who knows? The COMEX is just totally fucked up. I think as far as the outstanding shorts. I just hear something go doo-doo-doo.
Well, we scared everybody out of this chat. Must be we're boring.
Yeah, nobody cares if the world economy collapses. They just want to know if they could get a good deal on ammo somewhere, I guess so. Or what date the world is going to end specifically. So I'm going to watch the show on Sunday. Maybe it'll on American Heroes channel. Maybe it'll say how we're going to die. Will it be a pandemic, a nuclear war, economic collapse, or all of the above? But
well, I'll have to join your show so you can let me know what happens, because I'm sure that's not going to be on a free TV channel.
It is. Oh,
it is.
Well, I saw. I have cable. I have Oceanic Time Warner is our cable system here in Hawaii. So I pay money for the internet and on cable, and so I let them rob me. So, but I watch all those channels that I don't really need, but I like watching they have on Spike. They have Spike TV, which has the CutleryCorner.net knife show on late night. I like to watch that, like at 2 a.m. or whatever Hawaii time. They have a bunch of cheap knives, mostly Chinese steel, Frost cutlery stuff. It's fun to look at.
I don't pay for any TV. My kids and my wife would love me to, but which I don't watch TV. I come out here and I'll talk with you guys on the internet and stuff, but
Well, I watched John Wick was on today, the original one, and I watched that again, before I came on here. And while I was doing my marching in place and with the ankle weights and stuff and my leg exercises earlier. So but yeah, I watch Bloomberg to see what the price of silver and gold is. I would sometimes leave that on to see if there's any major movements. And of course, lately there just hasn't been any, But when they start talking politics, I just switch it back to Fox News or to like the Outdoor Channel or something, or the Military History Channel.
Now, this morning I sat around and watched TV, but I had it on. We have a channel called BTV, and it showed like all your old Westerns, like Bonanza, and that's what I watched all morning.
Oh, yeah. Me TV? Yeah, I watch that sometimes. I like the old Westerns, too. I think I've already seen all the Bonanzas, so as soon as I see like 2 lines of dialogue, I know the whole plot already. So I don't know. It's not fun to watch them anymore until I forget the plots completely. So I don't know all the Gunsmokes.
I like Gunsmoke. When I was a kid, I always loved that show, and I still like it.
Lately, I've just been hanging out by the hot tub and trying to avoid the jailbait girls. I told the manager to put up a sign that said no jailbait.
I don't know. They're still probably pretty fun to look at, aren't they?
No, I don't. I'm just thinking of how to stay out of jail. Is what I look at the palm trees. I don't look at them when they're there. I don't even talk to them. I just look at the trees when they show up. I'm sitting there looking up at the trees. Some girl sits down in front of me, and some 13-year-old girl with this tiny bikini. I don't know why her parents let her out of the house like that. And then, she sits down like 2 feet away from me, spreads her legs wide open, leans back, looks up, and then checks to see if I'm looking at her pussy. It's like, nope, I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at the trees. I'm serious. Silly bitch. It's not worth 15 years in jail. Or whatever it is.
So you have a pool and a hot tub at your condo you live in then? Is that?
Yeah. Why? And I need that hot tub because I messed up my ankle, and it's helping me get better so I can go out and do some running and gunning videos. I haven't been out running and gunning since my last video because I sprained my ankle. So it's been getting better, but did this Hughes Amendment thing just get a few more signatures? Let's see. We're at repeal the 1986 Hughes Amendment. It's showing 17,457 signed, 82,543 signatures needed by February 19th. We'll never get there, but sign it anyway. We put the link for that in the live chat on gun channels.
I'm really kind of puzzled at why it hasn't gained like the NAFTA one has.
People probably have heard of NAFTA. People have never heard of the Hughes Act. Probably what it is. Hughes Amendment to the NFA Act or whatever, the Firearm Owners Protection Act.
Which though, since it was a rider to the other bill, can it stand on its own?
What, the rider? No, they can repeal a rider. They can repeal an amendment to an act.
No, I know, but
repeal that.
when the bill was done, the Hughes was actually a rider to the NFA bill. Repeal the NFA.
I haven't researched this whole thing.
With it.
I haven't researched the whole fucking thing. G-Web wants to come on and explain it again to us without mentioning the word pizza. I'll be happy to have him on.
But when the NFA was originally done, Hughes Amendment was a writer on that bill.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I just work here, man. You know, work for the Second Amendment.
Which anything we get will be better than nothing. So I'm going to settle for anything. But
yeah, and Trump seems to be busy, you know, with other stuff right now. Other than, I'm sure he'll get around to the Second Amendment stuff eventually. But you know,
well, the 9th District Court there in California has me quite pissed off.
Yeah, well, the 9th Circuit Court and the Republicans are going. I saw that they're thinking about breaking it up. I posted something about that into I think a new district, into 2 districts. So Arizona would get to escape, and a few other states would get to escape the 9th. But I don't know if they're going to just split up those same judges or start a new court and appoint new judges when they'd all be like, you know, Trump appointees or something. Leave the liberals in charge of California. You know, they're all never Trumpers or whatever they are on the court.
Let them be their own state. Which is wrong. That's a wrong attitude to have, but
yeah, well, they're going to leave Hawaii in the 9th for sure. They're going to want that in the whatever new. But McCain is pushing it, and a few other senators are pushing to make a new district court, federal appellate court district. Break up the 9th.
But yet Hawaii's been making some gains, haven't they? So that we're positive lately, haven't you?
They were put forward, but they're never going to pass.
Oh,
except
okay.
the only one that might pass is because the police want 17. The Honolulu Police Department switched from like police chief revolvers to Glock 17s this year, so I think that's the reason that they want to up the magazine handgun limit from 10 to 17, so they could get 17 round mags for their Glock 17s legally. Obviously, the police can't break the law either. If the state ban has a limit for 10 round magazines, the police have to follow that too. And so since they all got Glock 17s, they're like, well, why can't we have a regular fucking mag? So that like normal people all over the country, because you live in a communist fascist state, they want you to just do 1,000 reloads if you get into a gunfight. They don't want you to. It's So, but if the police want it passed, that might get a vote, and then we'll be able to buy 17 round mags, here legally, Of course, you could always just call some friends from gun channels and tell them in Texas or whatever, and have them send you something. But it's illegal. It's a misdemeanor to have them, and if you use them, it's some kind of felony. But I'm sure that some people still have 17 round mags, but the gun shops don't sell them, and the police can't use them because they're the police, and they have to follow the law whether they like it or not too. So that's why that bill got, I think, introduced to raise the limit from 10 to 17. And that might pass, but I doubt it. But only if it does pass, it'll be only because the police want it. Police stand up for it and ask the Hawaii legislators for it just for the police. But they can't pass a law just for the police to have 17 rounds. That's not the law. It's written to just up the magazine limit from 10 to 17. So no 33 round Glock mags, unfortunately. But, at least not legally. So, but yeah, it would be nice if you could buy the 17 rounders at a local gun shop. But not yet. They got to pass it, and this state there's not one Republican senator in the state Senate. They're all out. And the Republican Party is all Democrats. It's run by Democrats. It's a fake Republican Party. We just have phony Republicans. I mean, you know, it's like the person in charge of the Republican Party is a never Trumper, you know, here. So it's just like the state is so fucked up. You know, they if they could, they should really just revoke the charter for the Republican Party and start over. You know, but I don't think they'll ever do that. I would prefer it if the government just collapsed. I would prefer, my best scenario is that if the government of Hawaii makes Hawaii a sanctuary state, and then Trump cuts off federal funds to Hawaii, the government will collapse. There won't be any police. They'll all quit because the pension fund will instantly fail overnight, and they won't have money to even pay the police anymore, and not to mention not finish the rail project and the rail transit project, that $12 billion boondoggle to nowhere, you know, and you know, they probably won't even, for some reason, I'm sure I'm sure the harbor will get fucked up and the dock workers will stop loading ships to the outer islands, so there won't be any food shipments, you know, or any cargo from Oahu transferred to the Big Island. So, you know, there aren't enough. You know, really, there aren't enough ships to do the job as it is that were built in America to do cargo transfers between, you know, to ship stuff from the mainland to Hawaii and back. Not to mention from Hawaii. I mean, they have to use American ships to build ships to ship stuff from Oahu to all the outer islands. You know, I mean, it's just stupid, the fucking Jones Act. But although it's a liberal union type law, you know, you can only have unions building U.S. ships and run by union crews. And it's like, that's why food costs 10 times more here. You go to the grocery store.
How did that big one that went bankrupt on, what was it Hone or what, however you say the name, that went bankrupt? How did that affect Hawaii?
Who going bankrupt? Which company you're talking about?
The major shipper that was in California.
You mean Hanjin?
Yes.
Hanjin. Well, it didn't affect Hawaii because Hawaii has to use American ships only, and there just aren't enough. Shipping to Puerto Rico in Hawaii, there aren't enough ships to handle all the cargo, so it costs a lot more and it takes a lot longer. You know. Because there just aren't enough American ships to do the work, aren't enough American crews, because nobody wants to have American ships or American Union crews because they cost too much. You know, you can get a cargo container ship built in China for dirt cheap compared to what it costs in the U.S. And foreign crews cost less than American Union crews, obviously. So it just depends. You know, requiring these things. You know, basically there's a guy on YouTube who used to work at the gun shop a block away from me, and he moved to Arizona because it was cheaper. And when he got there, he just did a video saying, you know, he could get a week worth of groceries for $40 in Arizona, and a week's worth of groceries here costs like $200. So, you know, unless you eat oatmeal every day, and just eat oatmeal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know, it's going to cost, you know, and so it's just fucking, you can't win. So the government's so stupid. But if there's total chaos and they you know, just drop out of the, you know, there's no government, there's no police, then, you know, I'll just declare Hawaii Volcano Squad its own self-governing state, and I'll take over the fucking island. Declare a military dictatorship, me and my Tavor, and the Glock 17. That should do it.
Never been to Hawaii. I had a chance when I was in high school to go, but I didn't go.
Oahu has beautiful beaches. Beautiful beaches on Oahu. Here it's all lava rock beaches mostly. Not all of them, but it's mostly lava rock. Oahu has some beautiful beaches, but, you know, it's a nuclear ground zero target if there's a nuclear war, and the Big Island where I live isn't. So, I mean, there's like almost nothing here. So it's a target. There's nothing to target here. There's one base, and it's just a, you know, practice range, really, on one of the volcanoes. Pahakuloa. It's just they did do some Stryker vehicle training there, but mostly it's just a mortar practice round, artillery practice target area. That's it. Yeah, all the military bases are on the strategic air bases are on Guam, and the naval bases is on Oahu at Pearl Harbor, and there's nothing on the Big Island to be targeted except if they hit that base here. I mean, there's no reason to. There's nothing there, But if they targeted it anyway because they just needed a target for a missile, a Chinese warhead, a standard 5 megaton warhead. If I was inside, there wouldn't be any. I'm out of the blast radius, the radiation radius, but I'm not out of the thermal heat radius. So like the outside of my building might be on fire, but if I was inside, I'd be okay. I mean, the roof might be on fire, but it depends which way the wind is blowing, I guess. Yeah, but if I drove a few miles south, I'd be completely out of any target area if I was on the southern part of the island. I mean, there's really nothing here to target on this island. The only really strategic thing we have here is the Costco and the one gun shop left on the Big Island. There's one gun shop in Kona and the Costco. They want to nuke something. That's all that's really important here. But assuming I don't get the Big Island doesn't get nuked, unless they want to nuke the telescopes at the top of that would be an appropriate end to the Hawaiian government that don't want the telescopes built. Just nuke them. But yeah, it's hard. Planning for the end of the world isn't an easy thing, but I have enough food for like a couple of months, but beyond that, I don't. That'd be it. I'd have to go out and score some food somehow. So I'll probably be buying more canned food and protein bars soon. I think my next trip's to the stores. I already have enough water filtration, and I still need to get a gas mask. I know people have sent me links for gas masks. I just haven't done it yet.
Have you done much with your radios yet?
I'm still reading the book, for the course. I was listening today. I just had it on scan. I was listening to some hotel, chance that some local hotel was just, saying which room service, like room service on room 43 done complete. It's like, okay, or whatever. So what came up on the scanner. So I just left it on there for a while, and then I got bored and went back to my leg exercises, and I watched some YouTube prepper videos, and that's about it. Checked on this Hughes Amendment thing and I came on Gun Challenge for a little while to see if there's any Second Amendment stuff that I could sign or get on some list or join some organization that or renew my membership to something that I wasn't. It was time to renew up on, but try and stay active on the Second Amendment stuff as much as possible.
Which is something needed to be done.
Yeah, it's just the usual, I think I washed a shirt, did my leg exercises, made a cup of green tea, and a protein bar. One of those Omega Oatmega protein bars. So, oats and omega-3. I forget which one is good and which one is bad, the LDLs or the HDLs, but whatever. I took my Lipitor generic, so. I think I just won't have anything else to eat tonight. I had some wild rice and a couple of veggie egg rolls, 2 veggie egg rolls, and some wild rice for lunch. That's about it. I'll go shopping tomorrow for food. Definitely hit the protein bars and canned food aisles. Get more stuff for shit hits the fan, food cash.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, I know it's not this time there where you're at, but it's almost 1 o'clock here, so it's about time for me to go to bed.
All right, man. Sleep well. Don't worry about the end of the world until my show on Monday. So,
Well,
lock and
I'll
load.
try it Monday night. I enjoy your show. It's one
You
of them I
do?
enjoy. Yeah.
I try and have something to talk about on every show, you know.
I know last Monday I was so tired I didn't feel like saying anything, but it's just like maybe this Monday I won't be so wore out by the time your show comes on.
Yeah, well, get some sleep.
Well, that's the problem. You guys are out there. It's probably 8 o'clock your time right now?
Yeah, 7:45 p.m.
Yeah, see, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
All right, well, then go
So
to
that's
sleep.
the main. So it's the main difference, and that's what I've noticed on getting on gun channels. Seem to be out on that side of the country, and it ends up being a late night for me most of the time if I get on gun channels.
Yeah, Florida. If you're in Florida, are you in Florida?
No, I'm in Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. All right. Right.
Which
well, Go ahead.
That's like Smiggy and I both Squib and I seem to get on your show together a lot. And we're probably an hour apart from each other. Get together and shoot.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you like him.
Oh, I think so too. From what the talking we've done, I think it'd be fun to get with him.
Yeah. Well, I hope you guys get to hook up and go shooting. I wish there were more gun channels people out here. I wish we had a fucking range out here too, but I just go into the hunting areas. I got my hunting license, and
Well, see the range I have in my backyard.
Yeah, it's so
Shooting
cool.
range in my backyard that I shoot at. So,
Well, I can't just shoot
But
out of the condo, lanai at hang targets from the tree. What?
the problem with that though, I have it in my backyard, and I don't shoot very often at all.
What?
All I have to do is walk out. It just seems like there's so much other work to do that I just don't take the time to go out and do it.
Work. Work. You work too hard.
Well, I know
Working on me. All right. Well, yeah,
I'd
though you
love-
have to work. So, well, I hope you get to do some shooting.
Retire and play all the time, but yeah, that's like with Squib.
Well,
I could
eventually
invite
you will.
him down some night. We could shoot at right by my shooting range. I have a campfire pit. We could have a campfire and shoot out there some evening and have a good time. So.
Yeah, buy yourself some shooting steel targets out there and make some videos. I like watching shooting videos.
I do not like steel targets.
Why?
Those.
Why?
I'm always concerned with I'm concerned with ricochets off of them.
The new shoot steel targets are angled down, so all the ricochets are down, pointed down, because the steel they angle it down. Now they're literally, I forget the exact percentage, but you can go on Shooting Steel's website. The new targets the steel targets are you hang them, they're angled down.
Okay, well, I have some poly ones I shoot at where you hit them and they spin, and
I just like the sound when it goes ping.
and that would be fun.
Yeah, it's the instant reinforcement of, okay, I hit the target. I want to hear my ping. It's like You get addicted to the sound. But anyway, go to sleep, dude.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Good night, man.
Good night.
Good night, Gun Channels. It's been fun. See you on my show on, I'll talk about whatever was on the American Heroes channel, How the World Ends show on Lock and Load. And if anybody has John Wick questions, I'll try and answer them then. All right. Y'all be cool. If you haven't signed that Hughes Amendment thing, we put the link in the lobby earlier, and it's on Gun Channels on the main feed too, somewhere if you scroll down enough. All right. Aloha, I'm out.
How I come to you with greetings and beer. I was told to come in here, set this bitch on fire so people would jump in. Help me out here. Whew. Come on, Dead Horse.
What up? What up?
What up, homie? Watch that UFC fight tonight. Disappointing, but hey. Yeah, I'm about getting inside, or actually outside the waistband holster from my Luger. Just for shits and grins. Oh, God. Who's playing a video game?
Like, what is that, like Metal Gear or something?
I think it's Pac-Man.
No, it's like the Spanish James Bond.
Dude, I could never play a third-person game like that. Like, that is just so weird to... Like, a first-person shooter I can do, but a third-person, that's just... There's no way. That's, like, so funky. I don't know how you do it.
Is it because there's two more people in there?
It's just weird. Like, I don't know. It's like... I don't know. I just couldn't do it.
The last game we got into a Sniper Elite. You know, I like that game.
Well, let's see. It's like what, like midnight here, so like 1 o'clock Central. So yeah, people should be starting to get home from the bars now. Couple should pick up. Some more people will hop on gun channels.
I come in peace.
Some people go to the bars, some people take a nap. I took a nap.
I was polishing my boots.
If I can get to the range tomorrow, I'll have it. It'll be a good weekend. John Wick Friday and then range Sunday. Should be good.
I was hoping to see if it was going to pop up on Cody somewhere, and it didn't yet. I saw them the Rings movie. No, it's okay.
Yeah, there were some people lined up to see that movie. I don't know why.
I mean, the story it's interesting, but then all of a sudden, anybody with a decent head on their shoulders is going like, okay, I guess I know who this guy is and what's going to happen next. It's a little telegraphing. And plus, I would have killed that bitch. She comes on my TV coming at me. That bitch is dead.
Yeah, just shoot her.
I don't know. No, sir. No, sir. I'm going to give her something left. She's going to beg for a right. To quote Chuck Norris. At that point, if you're coming on my TV, it's personal. It's not business. So, yeah, she's gonna lick her too. I might go see John Wick tomorrow, but I just like enjoying the movie right here in front of this screen I got with a cold beer and a cigarette. So
I hear that.
You want me to spoil John Wick for you right now?
He shoots people.
He kills everybody, and it's the best love story since like John Wick 1. There you go.
Well, see, hopefully he won't do like, we're not going to do like Taken 4 and shit that was stupid. Taken, fine, 1, 2, and 3, fucking retarded, dude. Hopefully he, don't leave it. Okay, great series. Maybe spin it off into something else, but not, or maybe a prequel.
Well, this time they kill his cat, so he's like totally pissed. Like, he's even more pissed than when they killed his dog. So.
I could see a prequel coming out, like the old John Wick, how he got started. He's
like, you killed my pussy. I'm like gonna like travel the world and kill you all. Yeah, pretty much what it is.
I need a dinner reservation for 2 right now. Yeah, fuck them dudes.
Nah, I'm just joking. They didn't kill his cat. He got a pet parakeet, and they killed that. So.
But I can see a prequel, if anything, but that's it. Just let it go after that. And, don't. I hate these series now, like taken too far, dude. Like, okay, Liam Neeson's like 65 years old, almost 70, and,
So Jackie Chan's like fucking 65 years old, and he's still putting out good movies.
I haven't seen a movie from him in a while.
Oh, I just watched one last night with him and Johnny Knoxville in it.
I saw the video up for view, but I never clicked on it.
And he's like still doing his own stunts and shit, dude. Like still jumping things and all sorts of shit. Dude's 65 years old. Fucking Jackie Chan like still kicks ass. I'm like, holy shit. This guy should be in a wheelchair with like how much shit has happened to him, and he's still like jumping balconies and doing all of his own stunts and fucking all sorts of crazy shit.
You'll notice John Wick 2 is different. It's a little different because the first movie had 2 directors, and the second movie only has one of the directors. And
what did the Russians call him? The boogeyman? What was their word they used?
Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga. This is the guy you hired to kill the boogeyman. Yeah, it's funny. That was the guy for the Game of Thrones, playing a Russian.
Yep.
Better be careful talking John Wick. That'll actually get Flippy back into the chat. So he'll be like, oh, dude, like, did you see his guns? Like, I'm making a John Wick gun. I got to have that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I figure after I do got his pecker chopped off, you'd never be the same in Game of Thrones.
I've never seen one single episode of that. You know that? Not even one.
I might have seen like the first few, but that's it. So I didn't know who that guy was. That's what was good about the first one, was a lot of the actors were kind of new or unknown.
William Dafoe?
Well, not him, but the main bad guy. And his son, to me, his son, I didn't know his son because I don't watch Game of Thrones. But
yeah, he was in Game of Thrones. So he was like one of the sons, I forget which house or whatever. And he gets turned into a slave by another guy. And he just tortures him to death, cuts his pecker off.
But the second one, I guess I don't know. It's just not the same. It's good. It's got more action. It's just different. And
Well,
the soundtrack, there's like no soundtrack. The first one had like a cool soundtrack. This one, I didn't.
when I saw the first one, I mean, right away, again, I've never been in a gunfight or just that, but right away, I just saw a obviously contrast to the old Hollywood where you're flipping sideways, doing a 180 and all this shit that's impossible realistically, and shooting a gun and all this crap where it was more realistic. You know, like, okay, this guy's taking shots, taking cover. You know, he's a great shot, obviously, you know, but it was just much more plausible than other movies I've seen. I think the last time I seen a movie, and then it was a Hit Girl and Badass,
Kick Ass.
Kick Ass, yeah, Kick Ass. I mean, seriously, the choreography of her shooting and her shit was much more better than Iron Man 2 or 3, over which one it was, where Scarlett Johansson was just ridiculously, you know, annihilating people, you know, but it was all fucking, you know, fucking stupid shit, you know, just unrealistic.
You're gonna feel the same way after you see the second John Wick about the first John Wick again. You're gonna say the first John Wick was a little more realistic because the second one's like John Wick 1 hyper stylized. So, but it's still cool. It's still got a lot of cool gunplay and a lot of good weapons manipulation and stuff like that. But
no, I think what you're gonna say is, okay, John Wick 1, he had like retired and he had like literally buried his fucking guns in concrete, right? So he was like rusty, like that whole movie, he was rusty. And then number 2, he's like, okay, like he found his fucking groove, like he's like now he's back to like where he was before John Wick 1, like that level. Like 1, he was rusty through that whole movie, but 2, he's like
do it that way.
Yeah, like 2, he's back on par, right? Like that's what I thought. Like 2, he's like, okay, he's back to like the top level fucking tier, right? But 1, he was like rusty the whole movie because, you know, he had been retired for a long time. So
yep. Yeah, there's one part in John Wick 1 where he kicks open the door and then realizes the slide's locked back, and he looks frustrated, and then he whatever shuts the slide, shoots the slide back. I don't know. It just looked like, oh man, I'm rusty. I got killed.
now, did he do the slingshot or did he drop it with the?
Nah, he did the over the top slingshot. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He didn't do the slingshot like he didn't do the wrist rocket slingshot.
Yeah, he did the tactical reload, right? That's the over the top with the 4 fingers. That is they call that the tactical, right?
I guess. Over the top. It's like that movie with Sylvester Stallone. Arm wrestling movie.
I think the only part I didn't like about John Wick, the first one, was two parts or 2 pieces of the movie. One, he got his ass kicked so hard by those guys initially in the broke his house, and again they said he was retired, he's rusty, whatever. Still, if you're that big a badass, I don't think that shit just kind of leaves you or fades like that. 2, when they kill William Dafoe, another contract killer who's a badass as well, and they just kind of walk in his house and he's defenseless.
Kinda. He got a couple of them before they took him out. But there you got to understand that this is like a whole network of badasses, and they're all afraid of each other, or they're all wary of each other.
Well, not all assassins are like a super fucking operator badass, right? Because like, look at the one chick, right? That was in
some of them.
Yeah, some of them are more like stealthy, fucking, like I'll shoot you from 1,000 yards away to kill you, and not like up close, hand-to-hand combat shit.
Yeah.
So I think Defoe was more like that. Like he had that fucking Ruger, fucking sniper rifle, right? And then and shit like that. So, and what, he had a high power? I mean, come on, dude. Like he wasn't like operator type guy. He was more, I think, like a stealthy assassin sniper type guy.
He had a high power?
Yeah, that was like William Dafoe's gun in that movie, was a high power and a Ruger, like M77.
Never noticed the high power, but I know that sniper rifle he had.
Oh yeah, like after that movie, like Bob was like, dude, William Dafoe's like my favorite actor.
But that's an actor, dude, has done so much and for so many years. I remember as a kid watching him, Streets of Fire and all kinds of movies he was in. Platoon. So, excellent actor. Very multifaceted as far as his ability to change his, not get stereotyped or what they call them, screen typed or whatever.
Oh yeah, when he played like the gay guy from Boondock Saints, the gay detective.
Yeah, typecast. Exactly. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
There's a lot of actors get paid in the corner, and it's hard to get out of it.
I think that's their fault for taking the movies that are like the same character every time.
Well, it's like all the no martial art dudes, even Jet Li, he did some cool, Asian-based story movies, and also the other movies he was in.
Some actors aren't typecast. They're literally only picked for certain movies because they're basically playing them fucking selves in the movie. They're not acting. They're just like playing. Like some actors don't act, dude. They just play themselves in the movie. Like that's all they do.
Jet Li's not going to be in any movie where he's not kicking someone's ass because he's not an actor. He's like he's like part of a stunt culture in Hong Kong that just makes action movies.
Are you saying that Jet Li won't be in Grease?
Yeah, the remake.
Because he could play a John Travolta or Kaneki easily. But I hear you. Well, I mean, it's like Seagal. I remember that one time an executive decision. I saw him die like within the first 15 minutes of the movie. You're like, what the fuck? Just killed off the the talent.
That was like the best part of that entire movie. like no shit. Like that was like the best part of that entire movie is Steven Seagal like hit the fucking big one. You're like, wow, like, that's badass. Because you totally thought when that movie first came out, I remember thinking, okay, this is like another Under Siege Steven Seagal type movie with like Kurt Russell and shit, right? And so I just totally went into expecting that. I went and saw it at the theaters, and fucking Steven Seagal like fucking just gets ripped out of the plane and shit, like the little like elevator thing breaks. And then I'm like thinking, okay, like somehow he grabbed onto the back of the plane and crawled back in somehow, right? He's going to pop back up and kick ass. I remember thinking that the whole movie, like when Steven Seagal going to like come back, like, and he never did. And it was just like, whoa.
I think his lungs had a vacuum problem. It could be it, but
and it still was a decent movie after that. Like, didn't bother me.
John Leguizamo was on. Who was he on? Arsenio Hall or something. I forget what show he was on. He was saying that, man, he had a hard time with Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal just would check them like several times, like hardcore, like physically checked them. And he was like, "Dude, we're fucking acting, well, you better bring your fucking A game."
Don't you know always to bet on black, dude? Come on.
That's right. That was the worst fucking movie I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. I could not stand the cliches and all that stupid shit. And then when they're holding that dude down, he's a federal agent, fucking federal agent. Shut the fuck up, dude. Passenger 57. Oh my god, dude. He's wearing a turtleneck, an undershirt, and a fucking bomber jacket, and nobody else is wearing one. And it's like spring or something like that.
Okay, back then that was like a serious style. Okay, I remember people in school who'd wear like the same shit. Like, you know, it'd be like 100 degrees outside, and they'd be like having a winter coat on and all sorts of shit, because that was like a style back then, like a street style, was to literally sweat your ass off and wear all these fucking clothes. So that was like a fad. That was the style.
Yes, so but he doesn't have a bead of sweat on him. He's like running and chasing a guy through that fair. Not a bead of sweat on him the whole fucking time. Like, okay, dude, this is
Wesley Snipes doesn't have time to sweat.
You know what's funny is when I heard that Charlie Murphy stories. Rick James called it, but
what happened?
No, Rick James was calling Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy darkness. He's like, this is before Wesley Snipes. He's out of the pin, isn't he? Not paying his taxes.
Fuck yeah, he's out of the pin. He was in the last like Expendables movie, dude.
Yeah.
They bust him out of the pin now.
Yeah.
But he plays like a fucking crazy ass, long haired, fucking like crazy.
Yeah. They even made a reference to him being in jail.
I heard that.
Besides breaking him out.
I was watching something on Jake the Snake, man. You know, his troubles and whatnot, and supposedly he was almost approached to do the Expendables, a role in that, or something like that.
Oh, that would be horrible. Jake the Snake. He can't be looking good these days.
Well, what action movies has he been in?
Yeah, I don't know what he's been in.
Because all the Expendable guys, like every character in the Expendables has been in an action movie before. Like that's like the whole thing with the Expendables. Like, because that's a Sylvester Stallone written and produced thing, the Expendables.
Except for that wrestler guy. I don't.
No, he's been in action movies. He was in action movies before. Yeah, Randy Cortone or whatever.
Yeah.
He was in action movies, playing Marines and shit before the Expendables. So like every single one of those guys had been in an action movie. I can't think of any movie Jake the Snake's ever been in.
He's a Canuck, though. It doesn't count. Couture.
Like, I thought for sure they'd have, like, or no, wait, I think maybe he's dead. That's why. I think Brian Bosworth died. Didn't Brian Bosworth die?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm aware he just disappeared. But
He did that Stone Cold movie.
I think Chuck Norris is getting a pass because he's too old.
Oh no, Brian Bosworth is still alive. Okay, so yeah, so I would like to see Brian Bosworth in the next Expendables because he did some action movies, some like cheesy like '80s action movies and shit back when he actually had hair.
Are you familiar with his career in the NFL?
Yeah,
he's like Boomer Esiason, like guy that had all these expectations of, and he got paid all kinds of money, and was a dud.
The pause, dude.
I remember Stone Cold, the movie, the action movie he was in. Supposed to make
Blair, Lance Erickson's like the Billy Badass of them.
But Brian Bosworth has been in a lot of movies though. Like you wouldn't really know it because like he plays a lot of supporting roles, or what do you call it? Not supporting roles, but like guest appearances, I guess. But he's like he was in a ton of movies, like a ton, dude. He's been in like everything from comedies to other action flicks. Like I've seen him in a lot of movies and even on TV before, like in TV shows. as like
So you're
just a
saying-
small guest appearance. So, but I thought he died like a year or two ago, but I guess
Yeah,
not. Says he's still alive.
Chris Elliott. Chris Elliott's always that guy who's the add-on role, like in Something About Mary. Like when he goes up to Brett Favre, hey Brett, can you go something for the wife? You know, write it out. It's like, Woogie, shut up, cock tease.
Oh shit, Brian Bosworth is coming out in a new movie called The Reliant. Oh my god, this is like an HVS written movie. Like HVS wrote this movie. I shit you not, dude. The collapse of the dollar precipitates widespread rioting and social unrest across the nation, leaving a lovesick girl struggling to care for her siblings in a stretch of woods bordered by lawless anarchy. Like
Sounds awesome.
this is written by like HVS, dude. It's like
Sounds.
I got an opinionated question, trivia question for you guys. What was the best movie that a wrestler has ever had one of the main characters in, one of the stars?
oh, the one with Hulk Hogan where he like was like rode the Harley and shit. Of course, come on.
They live.
You got it, dude. Boom.
Or the babysitter, the one where Hulk Hogan was a babysitter.
Roddy Piper, They Live.
Nah, dude. What's that babysitter one with Hulk Hogan?
I don't know.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like I think
Easy
Hulk Hogan.
movies.
Like I think he was in like Rocky in one of the Rockies too. Like
He was in Rocky 3, and then he made a movie No Holds Barred with him and Tiny Tim Lister, Debo.
yeah, maybe that's the one where he's riding the Harley. Isn't he like a bounty hunter or some shit in that one?
No,
Seeing Over the Top.
he's a wrestler.
Seeing Over the Top doesn't Stallone beat
No.
him.
No, that was another guy, another bald dude with a big ass mustache.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Nanny. See, best wrestling movie with the wrestler ever. Mr. Nanny, dude. There it is. Suburban Commando. He was in Suburban. See, like, yeah,
Suburban Commando.
yeah.
I remember all these movies.
He played a SEAL in that one movie that they made for like TNT or whatever it was.
He was in the A Team, dude. He played himself in the A Team, and like in a couple different shows on the A Team. He played himself. So, come on. He played himself on the A Team. I mean,
Well, I love it in Rocky 3 where he's calling Stallone a grease ball and or meatball, and then he's a wop himself.
his name was Thunderlips in Rocky 3. That was like his wrestling name was Thunderlips.
His real name's Terry Bolleo.
Thunderlips.
That was his name. That was his wrestling name, dude.
The Fabulous Thunderlips. Yeah, when he first started wrestling, he was called Terry, the Terrible Terry or whatever, and like he would like all his chest hair was shaved into like a T. That's the way he used to wrestle.
Dude, Hulk Hogan was on the Love Boat. Come on.
Love boat, soon we'll be making another run.
He was in
Perfect.
Gremlins 2. He played himself in Gremlins 2. Like, see, like he plays like himself in all the movies he's in. He just like plays himself.
Gremlins 2 was hilarious. Remember that part when they were like the genius gremlin? Like, this may not be civilized, fun, but not civilized. And he shoots the other gremlin with a fucking revolver.
He was honest.
No, that was fun, but not civilized.
Assault
Speaking
on
of
Devil's Island. I think that's the one that you're talking about where he played the seal. Assault on Devil's Island.
Yeah, something like
Sounds
that.
like a Disney movie.
The ultimate weapon.
It could be worse. Shaq and Steel, fucking retarded ass movie with his physically challenged best friend and wearing the dumbass steel suit. Oh my god! I think Shazam was maybe worse.
He played himself on Walker, Texas Ranger, dude. I mean, come on, dude, like when you play in all these TV shows and movies as yourself, I mean, that's badass, dude. You're not even like playing a character. You're just like, no, I'm bad enough just to be myself in this movie.
Hulk Hogan movies are like the Olsen twin movies, but for like wrestler dudes.
I know
the level I put them movies on.
Every movie I've been into, they're like, you know what? Don't do a character, just be you, because you're a badass. You know, we don't need you to act. Just be you. And I'm like, all right, I got this. And then I'm like, where's the hospitality? You know, I asked for Chick-fil-A, and you brought, churches. What the fuck?
You guys ever hear that documentary Targeted? It's like a pro-gun documentary.
Yeah, I posted about it earlier today on the front page of Gun Channels.
Did you watch it?
I watched the director or like the filmmaker's I guess intro on it where he's talking about like why he wrote it and all that. I watched that, but not the actual documentary yet. But one of the reviews I read said that it, like, the guy's like, this movie literally rips the anti-gun agenda a new asshole. I guess what he said. So I was like, oh, this has got to be pretty good.
It's well done, and everything you already know, like everything we already know, but for it to be so well done and on Netflix, I think is pretty good.
Are there multiple?
You should watch it. I watched it. Yeah.
Are there multiple petitions for the Hughes Act repealment or the NFA Act repealment? Because I've heard people say they have 60,000 people and they need 100,000, and I've heard some people say they only had 16,000 people.
Oh, the Hughes one has like a low number, 16,000.
Yeah, there's a problem with
past 100.
There's a problem with the cookies on that website. So if it keeps saying, like, because some people are saying, like, how come it says that it has 110,000, like, you're on Instagram? Like, how come you're posting a picture that the NFA has 110,000, but when I go to the website, it says it's like at 10,000. But then if you tell them to, like, delete their cookies and go back to it, then it'll actually update and show the correct number. So that's why some people are getting confused that there might be two different petitions or something might be up, but it's really just a problem with the cookies.
Well, there's the Hughes, there's repeal the Hughes Amendment and repeal the NFA. The repeal the NFA one got 110, and the repeal the Hughes still only has like 16 or whatever it has. I guess people are only going, like, the few YouTube channels that did a video and dropped links in their bottom.
We were talking last night's chat, and I was like, okay, last time I heard, I'm hearing various accounts of how many people they got to subscribe, and people telling them or sign on, and people are telling them, like, hey, get off your ass and do it, and people are complaining like I did, and like of course saying this, that they're saying, well, I'm not seeing a reflection of my signing on, or other people as well in general.
I don't know. It got a big boost when Tim or Mac did his.
Yep.
Yeah, Jaeger did one. Yankee did one too. So.
Yankees doesn't count, dude. Yankees did his at the last fucking minute just so he could be like, "Oh, I helped. I did something." Like, no, I give credit to, like, Military Arms Channel, dude, because literally, like, when he did his video, like, that same day he did his video, it jumped like 20,000 SIGs, right? And then the next day, it jumped like another 20,000 SIGs. Like, so I give, like, full credit to Mac for actually, like, doing that video. Like, I mean, like, it was his video that I saw, like, the biggest jump.
I don't know. I got some feedback today from yesterday's chat saying, like, hey,
like, the kind of people who watch Yankees videos, they're this kind of gun owners who don't want, like, people to have full autos. So I don't really give him or his video any credit.
I got it in my feed just to see if there's anything interesting every now and then. For the most part, I'm not that interested. So I'm a big fan of somebody who has a shitload of guns, never shoots them.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't want anyone to have guns, so he's like, "Oh, I'll just like buy all the guns, and then like it'll save lives because no one else can like buy these guns." That's like typical liberal logic right there, bro. Like, oh, we'll just buy all the guns, and then like the bad people can't get them, so I'm saving lives.
Every time I go to the range, I feel it's like before I even take the kids to the range, I'm looking at my kids and my gun safe, like, okay. I'm sorry I've neglected you. I need to take you out. I know I know you want to go. Okay, don't argue with me. I want to go to the range. Get your return. Okay. Story, and I'm like, and I can grab. Okay, please. Okay. I got it. I shot you in fucking 6 months. All right, I got it. Yeah. I'm in a conversation with all these guns. I'm like, okay. All right, I'm gonna take you today. It's just me and you today. Nobody else. That's the way I feel about the guns I have, man. Okay. I just haven't shot you. I've been neglecting you, and I'm sorry. Daddy still loves you. That's the way it is for me.
Do you keep a list of how many rounds you put through your gun, and keep it with the gun, so you can keep a track of round count and all that?
I should keep a log, but I don't, man.
I know. It's so fucking easy, dude. It doesn't even have to be that accurate of a log. Literally, like a rolled up piece of paper, right? Sticking in the stock between like the stock and the barrel, or in the flash hider, or in between the sling or butt plate, anything like that. Just like one piece of paper. Every time you come back from the range and you put that gun back in the safe, you grab that piece of paper and you write an estimate of how many rounds you shot that day with that gun. And it's not very hard. It's like, and you don't have to be exact. You're like, oh, like I shot like 5 boxes of ammo, so I shot like 100 rounds. 100 rounds. It really could have been 90 rounds. It really could have been 110. It doesn't got to be like perfect, but just try and keep a log. And then like you'll always know how many rounds you have through that gun. And then when something breaks, then you're like, oh, this gun's like not a piece of shit. You're like, oh man, I've shot 10,000 rounds through this gun. Yeah, it's about time the extractor is probably replaced.
What's simpler that realistically? I mean, just keeping once you use a spreadsheet like on your phone on Google Sheets.
Oh, fuck that digital shit, dude. No, fuck no. Because then you get a new phone and transfer it, and files aren't compatible, or you lose it, or your phone gets lost, or some shit. And like, oh, dude, nah, dude, fuck that shit. No, just keep
it all in my head. I just keep it all in my head. This gun has under 500. This gun has over 500. This gun has under 1,000. This gun has over 1,000. So I do it in denominations of 500.
Pretty much
makes it easy.
Technology is that Google Sheets loads to the cloud, so no matter what phone, once you sign in, it remembers all your stuff.
Yeah, but after the dollar collapses and the solar flares hit and shit, like how good is that going to be? Like, there you go. You can't trust that technology. Skynet's going to change that shit. It's going to go into your Google Sheet, into the cloud, and change that shit. And yeah, like you can't trust that. Bro.
The NSA is going to know how many rounds you shot.
Yeah, like
I've already.
Skynet's like, this guy shot like 1 million rounds. Like, okay, he's a top priority target because this guy must know how to shoot. Like,
I've already turned myself into a digital image on.
They go in and get Night Strike first because he bump fired so much. What happened?
See what you guys did? You got me kicked out because I was talking about the NSA and all that shit. There we go.
That's what happens.
One does not simply just Skynet.
Exactly.
Oh, I think this end plate's almost done.
I bought one of my lab, one of those big ass like fucking bones at Walmart, you know, in the dog section where, you know, the animal food or whatever. He annihilated that thing in like fucking 30 minutes. I could have killed somebody with that bone, but he just fucking little meat on it, kill that sucker.
Like,
So you're out east supposed to get cold this weekend, isn't it?
have you watched Yankees AR-15 videos that he's been doing?
No.
He doesn't use AR-15s or any rifle. He has more than once or twice a year, so no.
Dude, he's had that Hogue furniture for like years. Remember when he got that shit?
Yeah.
Is it like that marbly fucking desert tan?
Yeah.
I mean, Hope's making
that furniture. So 2013.
Hope's making some cool stuff, and they're getting into the more extravagant, more pricey market. You know, what they're known for being inexpensive. You know, high quality.
Making better grips now.
I've never been a fan of Hogue grips, dude, and I've tried them on so many different guns, thinking, oh, like I'll like it this time because it's a different gun, and they're just like so tacky rubber, and I don't mean like tacky. I mean tacky as in like
they got tin and wood and stuff too.
Grippy and shit. Like, and I've tried some of their wood grips, man, and I've never been a fan of like Hogue.
Dude, I remember it must have been about 2 or 3 years ago when I used to be in more of the chats with Yankee and whatnot, and I brought up the Chiappa Rhino, and it's like stupidest gun I ever seen. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to mitigate the recoil. I know a buddy of mine who has it, and I've shot it with him. It's stupid, and I don't ever see myself just a gimmick. You can't go wrong with the standard Smith & Wesson, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay. At the time, it was kind of coming out and getting some legs behind the revolver. So I'm just, well, whatever, because you're a big revolver guy, so I wanted your opinion. And he was dead set on it. And then it was like, what, 3 years later?
Well, it's because Big Chiappa was like, oh, like, we'll give you one of these. And, like, yeah.
According to him, he bought his, and I'm not doubting he did buy it. I'm not calling him a liar, but he definitely reversed his opinion on that because now he's all about that gun. And I heard people say that, you know, they compared like a Smith & Wesson 19-3 or 686 with the Chiappa Rhino, and you know they can handle 357s all day. It makes them more comfortable to shoot the round because of the way the gun's balanced. Never had a problem with Chiappa Rhino personally. I never shot one though.
I wouldn't doubt that if it was a Mateba, but
yeah. Oh, you mean a gun made out of real steel and not Chiappa?
Yeah. The Chiappa's like a MIM version.
They're like literally like people think I joke about that, but like get on their fucking website and they're like, yeah, the metal we use in our guns is a special alloy called Chiappa. Like it's like that's what they really call it, and then it sounds like it's basically like if you just like say it fast, it sounds like cheap alloy. Like it's like what the fuck? They're like, what's this new metal we're gonna use? Oh, it's just a cheap alloy. Well, what are we gonna call it? Cheap alloy, Chiappa. Oh. Like Yankees video, right? Like his very first video of like his AR-15s build. He's like, yeah, like I'm just gonna use a bunch of shit people sent me, and he's like, yeah, like I like you know, and I remember when he got the AR-15 lower, right, and like someone just sent it to him, right, like a company in Idaho. So he already had that, and Big Hogue sent him his furniture set, and then like he's like, yeah, the trigger, the guys gave me this trigger from Franklin Armory, right? And then the next video, he's like, yeah, he's talking about the first video, and a whole bunch of people were asking me why I went with this trigger over the Fostech trigger. And then and it's like he was like so dumb, he forgot what he said in the video the day before about how Franklin Armory gave him the fucking trigger, right? And he's like, yeah, I went with the Franklin Armory trigger because it's made in the United States, and I can't find where the Fostech is made in the United States. And in my opinion, I think the Franklin's better than the Fostech. When like all the other guys on the internet are like, no, dude, like the Fostech's like way better. Like, you know, like IV 88, and you know, Military Arms Channel, like all those guys are like the Fostech's like a better trigger. But Yankee's like, no, I went with the Franklin because it's made in the USA and it's a better trigger. And it's like, wait, do you not remember what you said yesterday? That like you're going with this because they gave it to you? Like, what?
Did he have like a plan of action on that build? Like he was specifically trying to make something like we talked about?
No, dude, he's like literally just making shit that people have given him. Like that's
well, because in the past we talked about those triggers, and you told me, and I agree with you completely, that if you want to have a fun gun, have a fun gun, but that's not going to be your primary AR for defense or you know, bug out. And,
fuck no, dude. It's like a range. It's a toy. It's like a take to the range toy, dude. That's what it is. It's like, oh, look what my gun can do.
Can you just keep it on semi?
Yeah, but still, I don't know about the reliability of either the Fostech or the Franklin or that EFS trigger. You know, it's just a way more complicated trigger system, and there's a lot of really small moving like sears in there. Like I don't know just how reliable it's going to be. I doubt it's going to be as reliable as a regular mil-spec trigger. I just don't see
it. Yankee doesn't need that many rounds, so it's like.
And then a lot of guys are like, it's possible to
6 and a 10-round mag for Yankee and the AR.
And a lot of guys are like, oh, it's possible to override the trigger on these, even though they've made like designs to the trigger, so that doesn't happen. Like Franklin Armory's like on their like 3rd generation of that trigger, and it's only been out a couple years, and they're already on their 3rd generation, and you got to put a heavier spring in it, and like all this other shit, so you don't get this like, so you don't override the bolt on it. And all that stuff, because like people have been having issues with it, like, you know, just because if you shoot too fast or if you're just not like doing it right, like all of a sudden you can have basically a dead trigger. So that's why I would never use any of them for a self-defense gun, whether it's on semi or not. Like I just want to do it. But for like a range toy and blinking, that's why I put that deposit down on the Fostech, because I want one just to try out as a range toy and shit. And plus, right now, if you actually have one, you can sell it for $100 more than what you paid for it, like that quick, like super fucking easy. Because right now, people who ordered it back last April are getting them right now. Right now, that's where they are on the list is in April. Like, so, you know, so like, so basically people have waited 8 months to get it. When I bought it, I heard the list was 6 months, like, to get it. And so, but right now, but really it's 8 months, because right now they're servicing people from April. Like that's who's getting their triggers right now, are people who bought it last April. Because I've been watching it pretty closely. Like, okay, where they're at? Oh, they're on number 18,000, and okay, 18,000 was like last April. Like in the 20,000s were in last May. Like, you know, the 30,000s were like in like June and July. Okay, like, you know, like
what was that trigger that he was talking about a lot 2 years ago? Came out SHOT Show, like $500, and was the closest thing you could do without the without any other stuff going on. I forget what it was. It was like $500, and everybody said it's cool, but you have to really train with it to learn how to tune, how to shoot it. And can't remember what it was. It was a drop-in trigger, and then people were saying it's basically going to be it's cool, but it isn't, because even at its peak, it doesn't have the cycle rate of a full auto AR or full auto M16, and it's just burning through ammo nevertheless.
I think you're talking about the TACCON trigger, the 3MR TACCON.
Yeah, TACCON. I saw a bunch of people got sent them to do reviews on them. And like, it's cool, but do you really want to burn that kind of ammo?
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of issues come up on the TACCON triggers too. Like quite a few people have had to send those back. So like every binary and none of these binary triggers are like a new thing, dude. Like that's what people don't understand is other companies have come and gone since like the fucking 80s who have made similar style triggers. So like it's not a new thing to the market. But all the other companies, guess what? They didn't stick around. And maybe because like AR-15s weren't as popular back in the late and early 90s, in the late 80s, early 90s, stuff like that, as they are now. That could be a reason. But still, like none of those companies like lasted very long at all because they were seen as like gimmicks. And and even though the AR-15 has such a huge success today and is so modular and there's so many companies, I still don't see these triggers being a legit thing until the price comes way, way down on them. Like because the average guy who owns an AR-15 is going to be like, gee, this trigger is $500. I can buy an AR-15 from like Palmetto State Armory cheaper, like an entire gun cheaper than this fucking trigger. So, so I just don't see the average person buying them. Like only like real enthusiasts like me who are like really into that platform are the only people who I really see buying those triggers. And I see them for sale like all the time right now, like all the time. Like guys are like, yeah, I put it in my gun. I only have shot 100 rounds out of it, and now they're selling it for like $100 more than what they paid for it. And they're selling to some other guy who's going to put it in his gun and only shoot it a couple times and be like, this is kind of gimmicky. It's really just not like, and then they're going to sell it, And then maybe like some of the bump fire guys will be like, oh, dude, this is like way better than a bump fire stock. So like, I'll actually keep it. But other than that, like, I really don't see it being like a thing. I think it's just more of a gimmick and more of a fad. And, but like for a guy like me, oh, I got plenty of other ARs. Like, yeah, I can afford to like keep this trigger and keep it in this one AR. And if I ever just want to go out and like just really throw some fucking lead down range and shoot a bunch of like pop bottles or something, like I can do it. There you go.
How many ARs you got in your collection now?
I just got one, dude. I just rebuild the same one over and over again.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of parts, and I just like strip it down, put different parts on it, and strip it down again, put different parts on it. Just depends on what I want that day.
Hello.
What up, man? How do you say your name?
The Smith guy Brady.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
Not a lot. I've been watching Military Arms channel lately, and I also been watching Iraq Veteran 8888 and Yankees channel, and they all been a couple days in between have been throwing out videos about these gun petitions, like abolish the NFA, the Hughes Amendment, the Hearing Protection Act. I don't know if you guys have went over that or talked about that in this discussion. Any thoughts or anything to talk about or conversate on that?
Go watch my channel.
Well, we've been pretty much talking about that like every day for like the last month, pretty much. Like yeah, like it's a, you know, I think we pretty much all agree that it's a lot better than just like one guy on YouTube or one guy like, you know, screaming to his TV like, oh, I think the NFA should be like repealed. I think we were pretty much all in agreement that like this will actually get some attention and at least let Trump and certain congressmen and representatives know that, hey, like, you know, we want this abolished, that it's an unjust gun law and all gun laws are an infringement. So I think it just helps make our voice heard. Yeah, I don't think it necessarily like means that it's going to get repealed or anything like that, but if there is a time to get it repealed, like now's the time, as why we have control of the Senate and the House and have a pro-gun president. Like now's the best time that we'll probably ever have in our lifetime of actually getting some of our rights back.
And there's another interesting topic. This bill has been in place for over 80 years. It has been into law for a very, very long time, and I find it very, very shocking that this bill has been on the books for over 80 years and nobody has challenged it, or only a few cases have challenged it.
Well, I don't find that very shocking. Like, you know, not too many laws are ever very rarely challenged once they're enacted, because laws generate revenue for states and for government. So, you know, from a revenue point of view, they don't like to do away with laws, whether they're unjust or not, because laws create revenue.
Yeah, I see that with the unconstitutional tax on a right, which is just straight up garbage, and I wish we would just do away with that instead of it being into law. I just can't believe that this law has gotten away with it for over 80 years.
Well, and it's not a law that has protected one single person or who has saved one single person. It hasn't, because like if a criminal really wants like a full auto, he can make one himself in like 5 minutes to almost any semi-automatic gun, right? Like literally,
Right.
they can get on the internet, they can go to their library, they can just literally have like even half a fucking brain and can figure out how to turn a gun full auto with like no training or research whatsoever. But that's never a thing. Like people don't do that. Like that's not a thing. Out of the 176,000 registered civilian-owned fully automatic guns in this country, only one has ever been used in a crime. Only one, and that's because it was stolen.
Wasn't it a cop? Wasn't there a cop that used a NFA item or something? He shot like his wife's lover or something.
Yes.
Well, see, that's not a civilian owned. That was a department issued. Like that was like because law enforcement and they can get new items that are really like they're not like on the NFA. So like military and law enforcement can get full automatic still, right? And that's what that was. I'm talking of the civilian owned 176,000 registered fully automatic guns in the country. Only one has ever been used in a crime, and that's because someone broke into the guy's house and stole the gun. You know, so one in 80 years, like, you know, like that's it's just not a thing. It's like that law has like never saved anyone's life ever, because a criminal who really wants a full auto can fucking make one. It's not a hard thing. It's just like making a suppressor or anything else. And if a criminal wanted to make a suppressor, like they could make one in fucking just minutes. Like it's not a thing.
You see, what I have a very hard time with is gun registry with people holding these inanimate objects. And a lot of the left wingers and Democrats will say, well, you can register your car too because you can register your gun just like your car. Well, when you're driving your car down a public road and you can get in an accident, it can be turned into a fatal accident and end up killing somebody. Well, when they bring the same argument with, well, since you have to register your car, why don't you register your gun? It's just as dangerous as your car. Well, I have a hard time agreeing with that because handguns aren't as dangerous.
If we all walked around with our guns loaded with our finger on the trigger, pointing them at people every day, then I could see that argument. But we don't. With our cars, it's basically like a loaded gun with your foot on the gas, driving them around, pointing at people every day. Like there's a big difference. Like guns like usually stay holstered and not pointed at other people. And so there's like a big difference there, man. So that argument's like pretty much invalid.
Right.
It also defeats their argument that a gun is only designed to kill people. Well, if a car's only designed to transport you somewhere and it's killing the same amount of people as guns do, then which is doing its job better? The guns or the cars?
So in my mind is, why have these objects registered? I don't understand.
So that documentary targeted, they explain it good. It's always about people control, not gun control, right?
Yeah, and once they sign these bills into law, and now we got to fight tooth and nail to get them back, is because we let these, I'm not going to call them Democrats, I'm just going to call them socialists because that's what they basically are, and they say, okay, since we want more government in our lives, we're just going to let them have it. And then we're like, oh, wait. Now we want to execute our rights. Well, the government's like, no. We already signed this paper. You can't do that. Now we control you. And I just find it so irritating when these people that do not know nothing, and they just go out there and they don't have the facts to back up their arguments, and their arguments are invalid. They just go out there and they protest and they have no facts to back up their arguments, and they're the ones that are destroying this country. Any thoughts about that? I feel that's how I feel about it. Anybody else has
I think that's the general consensus with our whole country. That's why Trump won by such a large margin. I think a lot of people are starting
kind of people that ruin every civilization in history. So it's like a, I don't know, just we're trying not to repeat it, but
it feels like it's a cultural war, a culture war, inside of itself in the United States, with conservatives against the socialists, the globalist socialists. And this war, I don't know how to put it in the sense of things, but this war could progress and get worse. It can, and it maybe get better. I don't know. I hope it doesn't get worse, but it is a significant problem, and it could get worse before it gets better. But other than that, I'm gonna pretty soon, here in a little bit, I'm going to get my sister out and get her to the gun range, hopefully, and have her shoot get her to shoot handguns for the very first time and see how that goes.
What guns has she ever shot a handgun before?
She has not. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to our gun range. I'm going to talk to her and see. She agrees with it. She's totally agrees with it and wants to go do it and experience. And I'm like, okay. What the guns that we want to start with is I'm going to start with 22 and see how she does with that. And if she does well with 22, I'm going to go with a full-size 9mm handgun and see how she does with that, and just kind of see what she's comfortable with that. A lot of conceptions was with a lot of people that are first-time shooting handguns, and they bring a woman to shoot, and sometimes they'll get them to shoot these small J-frame 38 special, like the Smith & Wesson or the LCR. Yes, those are good self-defense tool, but they're not very good first time handgun friendly. They really have a lot of kick when you're shooting them. When somebody's new shooting them, they're not really handgun user friendly. You got to kind of know what you're doing a little bit to shoot those guns. They're not easy to shoot and to shoot accurately.
My recommendation, since she has never shot a gun before, both with the 22 and the full-size 9mm, is her very first shots out of each gun, only load the magazine with 1 round.
Okay.
Like just load 1 round in the magazine, let her shoot it, and if she doesn't drop the gun, like if she has actual control on it, a good grip, then put some more rounds in it, then actually load up the full mag, but I've seen more than one woman who's never like shot a gun before, and like even like a little 22, the very first trigger pull, they'll like throw the fucking gun or just like let it drop and crazy shit like that, right? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But like, I guess that's just like a thing, right? So like my suggestion is just to put 1 round in the gun, like on like for the very first shot, just to make sure, like, that everything's cool.
Yep. And I'm going to go through the 10 safety rules, and we're going to be we're going to be safe. Yeah, that's definitely one thing, is I'm going to make sure that the trigger rule, make sure that she does well at that. But yeah, that should be a good, exciting day. I don't know. It's a weird.
My next thing is like when you get the full-sized human target, not like pay the $1 or whatever at the gun range. They'll usually have like different targets. Pay the $1 for like the full-sized upper torso human target, right? And then don't wheel it out 25 yards or whatever. Like keep it in, like not even 7 yards. Put it like at 5 yards. So then while she's like sitting there shooting it, she'll get like pretty good accuracy no matter what, and that'll make her like build her confidence and make her think, oh, you look, like I'm shooting really good, like I can do this. So it's more of like a confidence thing. And don't talk to her about, oh, it's up close and that doesn't count, or no, just like totally boost her, like totally be like, oh, that's awesome shooting, you're shooting tight groups, you're doing really good, and just motivate the fuck out of her. And then like it'll take off from there all on her own. Then she'll be like coming to you saying like, oh, what gun should I buy? Like I want to buy a gun.
That's definitely what I would want to do with that. We just live in for that. We just live in a crazy time. A crazy time politically. We don't know what we're going to expect from what we're going to expect. I know that the bills will get into the office, but I don't know what is going to happen, because we are going to get a lot of crap from the Democrats, and they're just going to drag their feet and do everything to stall these bills. And I'm quite interested I want these bills to pass. I really do, because I feel that it's going to free up a lot of the Second Amendment, and there's just a lot of things wrong with the Second Amendment that needs to be looked at and scrutinized, because there's just I just all these bills, like the 1968 act that was signed by Lyndon B. Johnson about states transferring guns state to state, the intercommerce thing, you know what I'm talking about, and the Bill Brady
That
bill.
whole thing was basically came about because Kennedy was fucking killed. And then the Democrats really pushed for it because Kennedy was killed. But the thing is like not one thing in that bill, like if it was, let's say if that bill would have came in 1958, not one of those things would have stopped the Kennedy assassination, like not one. So, but like I watched the history thing on the Gun Control Act, and like that whole bill pretty much came as like Democrats' rally call because of fucking what happened to Kennedy.
Right. That and then let's skip ahead. 3 decades later, you all are pretty well known about the Brady Handgun Prevention Act, or is known as the Brady Bill, which was also signed under law because of Ronald Reagan, by the Ronald Reagan assassination attempt.
Oh, was that the Reagan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Columbine was later. Huh. Was the Brady Bill did Columbine happen during the Brady Bill then, or was it Columbine before the Brady Bill?
It happened. It happened right after it was signed in. Oh, I can't remember what date, but I know it was right after that. I know it was. I know it was at the time of the Bill Clinton administration.
Oh no, shit! Yeah, no. Columbine happened like 7 years after the Brady Bill, or 6 years after the Brady Bill. So yeah.
And the Brady Bill didn't get signed. It got signed.
The Brady Bill was in '93, but the Ronald Reagan assassination attempt wasn't that like '82? That was like 11 years earlier, man. Like what the fuck?
That happened in '81. That happened in '81, and then they decided to bring this god awful barf of a bill 12 years later, and it took them 12 years. It took them 12 years to get to that, because if you remember, after that, they signed the Hughes Act in 1986, which banned automatic firearms. And Ronald Reagan was trying to fight this bill and keep this bill from being signed into office.
I thought he didn't fight it at all because like even the other Republicans were like, yeah, we want this. So like I always thought like he didn't fight that bill at all, or at least that's what I heard. You know?
He was put under pressure to fight the bill because of re-election. He didn't want to sign. He wanted to stall it out until his second term.
He was already re-elected in '84, so
right. And then it took years because of the Republicans. Some of the Republicans weren't on board with it, and they were also fighting the bill. That's why it took so long for it to get signed into law.
See, I always hear from a lot of gun owners that
it was the Gun Owners Protection Act, and it was a pro-gun law until the Hughes Amendment was added in like the last 4 minutes of the deliberation or whatever, the vote. It really didn't take that long, and it was in 1986.
Right. And What I'm just saying is basically these laws need to be looked at and changed or just made away with, because they do absolutely nothing. They waste our tax money. They waste our money out of, they basically take money from your pockets, because we have to pay taxes on these bills that do absolutely nothing, and that's money gone, because the government has to go out and employ people to revise these background checks and fill out these paperworks of these tax stamps on transferable machine guns and doing background checks on people, and that costs money to do.
And I always remember hearing that, like, after Reagan left office, like, he was actually for, like, the Brady bill and for, like, the assault weapons ban. Like, he was actually, like, all for that.
Yeah, right after his second term, stuff started going downhill, and then he was for the assault weapons bill, and then here comes Bush into office, and he pushes that through. And Bush only served one term, because the whole thing that killed Bush is because he said he wasn't going to raise taxes back then, but in the middle of his second term, around the 2-year mark, he had to raise taxes, and that's why. Well, that's a lot of people say that's why he lost the re-election of his second term. And also he did a lot of things, also supporting the assault weapons ban and all that. And that's why a lot of people said that he wasn't a true conservative. And that's why he only served one term. Must have killed the chat.
I'm just watching a fucking, like, ISIS guy who has, like, an M&P, a Smith & Wesson M&P, and, like, a SAW 240, like, a SAW, fucking a squad automatic weapon. Like, where the fuck did he get an M&P